Did somebody start the recording before me?
That was me.
No problem.
No sound and movement. Oh, there we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for September 7th, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Cork, and along with each and every one of the participants, as we all have microphones. This is a round table of knowledge. I think Randy remembers that round table of knowledge. And of course, this is the Keshe Foundation. And yes, we're opening up, as Mr. Keshe indicated, this evolution in science of man in energy dimension, not in the matter state. Although we need to become more familiar with how things work in the matter state as well. There's many things, but this is the energy dimension that apparently can change things from 9 months into a half an hour. I'm referring, of course, to the birth of a child. As we see, many things can be changed, as Mr. Keshe indicated, with the growing of the toe, which took some time, I think, in 2004. Now that toe can be grown instantly without any much of a time lapse. I know he said about bringing this into sports, but this is the energy dimension that is going to be part of this revolution in science, where we were so enamored with the matter state, but now we're moving into using the energies of creation in a way to change things. And again, I think we can do transmutations with systems or with ourselves in the future. If the creator shows himself in trillions of faces across the universe, and man is made in the image of the creator, can't we also show different faces and experience different things? And this is a beautiful time of opening man up and bringing him out of the matter state into more of an energy dimension understanding of everything. And I know Alex and others have been trying to convey a little bit more about this, but there are systems, and what we saw is the Keshe coin. We see a One Nation network, which we'll explore, and so on. But this is the technology, in a way, is hidden behind all these sort of things we look for, computers and the rest. But this is in a way, a decentralized system, part of the Keshe Foundation internal structure at this point, and this will be expanded. And I think more and more people will be willing and want this sort of network to be able to speak freely and also to enjoy the beauties of playing with the energies. Again, as Mr. Keshe, when he showed us the gas energy unit, he said, we show you what we do, but we don't show you how we do it. And I think at this point, again, we're not mature enough, or perhaps when we get enlightened, some of these things will be easier to produce. But as he said, knowledge isn't making things in the matter state. It's the enlightenment of the emotion. And we know the emotions are energy, and energy in motion. So we're playing more in the energy dimension. We're going to cover the 606 today, and we're going to look at some of the things. And of course, there were some announcements by Mr. Keshe that they're watching a larger war perhaps expand. They're hoping it doesn't go that way, but this could be quite devastating. And maybe this is the reason, as Mr. Keshe has said in the past, that man would accept this knowledge, not out of the love for it, but out of the fear of his own demise. So there are wars. We're going to cover that, and maybe even something much bigger than mankind has ever seen. We're hoping it doesn't go that way, but maybe this is the path that we have to take to get to that point. And again, it does seem harsh, but we're not enlightened enough to move away. And of course, Mr. Keshe explained the killing and developing weapons to kill more. Why don't we have a parade with scientists and cosmic ray and plasma scientists that show the elevation of man rather than how many we can destroy and eliminate? But this has been the way man has operated for thousands, if not millions of years on this planet. Maybe less, maybe we were more enlightened in the past. I think that has been indicated. And the more we've progressed, apparently, the more we've gotten connected to this matter state, which is one of the lower energies of the universe. But before we go any further, let's go to our World Peace Treaty, because this is the path that we're proceeding on. And again, just by changing the energies in the environment, the people will become less aggressive and more peaceful. And this is what it's all about. although the planet has not provided the energies we need, or what the universe should have provided, the systems within the Keshe Foundation are in a way delivering what the planet and what the universe did not deliver to keep us in a less aggressive and more peaceful position where we move away from killing and we move away from aggression and abuse of the others. And this is what we heard, that the idea is that no one gets abused due to the lack of knowledge. So knowledge is very powerful. And knowledge on the energy dimension is where we're moving man and some of the leading scientists on this planet. Mr. Keshe talked about working about a week with a scientist that has an edge, or has working on the edge of creation of life. And they started with the spark and the rest of this. And we do have a short video on that spark. But before we go any further, let's again just reaffirm our ethos of being peaceful and non-aggressive in a way, and move away from the stealing of energies of the others. I'm not calling it killing, as Mr. Keshe said. I don't call it killing. I call it stealing energy from others. And when all the energies of the universe are free, why do we do that? We just haven't figured out how to tap into these energies. And that's what this whole One Nation network is going to provide: the feeding, the enlightenment, the travel, the energy, and of course the wellness. So this is our World Peace Treaty. You can find it on any of the search engines. It's mostly between you and your soul, but you can display it and show the others your ethos, and that may start. I would say it's a little reactor in a way in itself. Even if someone just reads it and says nothing, something has happened to them. They're starting, even on a subconscious level, to consider a different position. Maybe the way I've been operating isn't correct as far as the universe sees it. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Hosts, co-hosts, participants? I'll read it. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, and our soul. Simply put your name and signature, again, on behalf of the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So again, it's between you and your soul, and if you're not sure where your soul is located, we can point it out in a matter of seconds to you where your central energy is. So this is our World Peace Treaty. You can share it with someone else, you can post it, but I think it's a little reactor in a way. And it does something on the energy level to someone, even if they don't change right away, which we know how stubborn man is to change and how much patience we need to the man. Just this little document right here. And of course, as we've heard, this is the exact document the world leaders will sign, as well as the world religious leaders. And apparently many of them haven't signed it yet, as Mr. Keshe has indicated in this last workshop, that they see one of the biggest wars in the history of man on the horizon. Maybe we can prevent it, but maybe this is a way to get to the next step where we start to realize how futile this policy of killing and destroying each other when all the energies of the universe are free, if you know how to tap in. And this is where the foundation and the supporters of the foundation are coming in to deliver a system that can be gifted back to humanity that we can move in a different direction. And in a way, get together with what we call the universal community, or those we see in the UFOs in the matter state, or even others who we understand just exists in the energy dimension. Would anyone like to make any comments on the World Peace Treaty? I wish they had signed it, and maybe some of these parades that we saw in China or the one in Washington, D.C., again, they would be ashamed to show weapons of killing and destruction, how I can outdo you, and this one can take out 1 million, and this one can take out 100 million, and so on and so forth. But as I said, maybe we have to go through this process and come out the other end with the solution. And of course, this is the Keshe Foundation's solution by elevating the soul of the man and the use of the energies to create what we need. And that's why when you look in your telescopes in space, we don't see any wars, we don't see any factories, and we don't see any prisons, because they create everything out of their emotions or out of their wishes. But we still have a ways to go. And as he addressed the wish, again, sometimes you create the wish will happen, but it doesn't always happen tomorrow. And we have to be aware of some of the other things that go along with the wish, perhaps, and add to that wish as well to bring it to manifest in the matter state. But normally we just allow the souls to take it and manifest it in the right time. But perhaps we can speed up that time if we need to actually, the wish becomes the energies in a way of, again, growing a toe instantaneously, or even bringing someone out of a coma instantaneously, and many other things which Mr. Keshe has done. The toe back in 2004, and I think over the years he's brought many, many people out of a coma. He was going to bring Ariel Sharon out of a coma, but as he said, we couldn't have a son of Iran bringing a prime minister of Israel back to life in a way again, so he wasn't allowed to do that. But there are so many things in the background that have been developed and are being developed that's just, as he said, beyond the imagination of man, especially when he said about the birth. Do we need the womb of the mother? We can create those conditions. Do we need the egg and the sperm? We can take the energies from the soul. And he even showed in the graphs that we'll look at today, or try to look at today, how the soul was created in less than a minute. And this is what he was talking about, creating these children of Mitra in the future, that they'll be perfect in the soul and they'll be perfect in the physicality. And it all started from that little spark. Anyone want to add anything, or is there, I need help if you want to add something that touched you out of this workshop, or something you noticed, or maybe, as he said, that things are more embedded in this workshop than they ever have before. He always said you're sharing the soul of the creator of that workshop in the past, and that's why I always like to play what Mr. Keshe, because there's something embedded in there, which is the soul. But now they're adding even other different energies, I think, to change the man, again, on the energy level, not so much. And that energy level change will bring a change in the physicality, rather than trying to change the physicality and elevate the soul, which is the way of the prophets of the past. And as he said, we don't want to come here again to have to correct. This will be the last time we do this correction, and this time it will hold, as I understand it. We're all part of it. Yes, Ike. Ike, your mic came open. Did you want to say something?
Oh yeah. What the thing was profound. I was able to understand more about the time with the teaching. I remember the time teaching about in the soul dimension. We have the emotions, the intelligence, and then the enlightenment.
Enlightenment, yeah.
So the fact that the soul physicality brings the soul first. So the egg and the sperm coming from those physical entities, a man and a woman, their energy, the soul coming together created the emotions. And that emotions, of course, in the time dimension of energy has the intelligence to be able to connect to the source, which is the soul of the creator, the soul of the universe. And then that again goes back, that enlightenment that was created goes back to the physicality. And then the new time for the physicality will start, because we have the three P's, the place, position, and possession. And with that change in possession, the field strength, of course, the place has always been the womb of the mom, the mother. And then the position has always been the human coming from the two energies, dynamic fields of egg and a sperm. So they are basically a human being. And that's when the time starts. So the teaching was, it verified my curiosity. I was able to understand clearly the time factor in the physicality and the time factor in the energy dimension. Of course, the energy dimension comes first. We are all used to our time in our physicality, but our birthday, our time is always in the energy first. So that was what struck out in the teaching for me.
Right. I could never imagine changing my thinking in such a deep way, not fully understanding it, but just getting the concepts of this energy dimension, which we've been, in a way, very blinded to. Anyone else want to add something, or did you feel something in the workshop? Maybe you'd like to share that, or any other sharing you'd like.
I'd like to add, Mark.
Please.
Well, this is very insightful what Ike has just said, because one of the things that we have commented on in the past is that the energy that we have within us and the release of that energy when we pass on is equivalent to, let's just say, 18 Hiroshima bombs, which is, obviously an enormous amount of energy, and that's contained within our physicality. So the question that is begged all along is, where did this energy come from? And as like I just said, it comes from the spark of the coming together of the two fields. So that spark of energy is the inertia field, and it's a representation of the stepping down of energy into the physicality. So if we're stepping down, and if it's by orders of magnitude, what we haven't defined yet is whether or not 18 Hiroshima bombs equivalency is that order of magnitude. So if we have this enormous energy that is inherent in the cosmic aspect of our existence, then the stepping down into physicality has to maintain this energy. And where do we place this energy? Because obviously it's somewhere. So if we are releasing it upon death, then that must mean that it is within us. Now, what's very interesting, and maybe you can see the link up here, is that we have a bacteria within us which facilitates our eating process. And so we need healthful bacteria in our gut to be able to digest the food. And and this condition is aerobic. And when we die, we obviously become anaerobic, and we fall prey to the same thing that, what we call roadkill, that the bacteria itself actually morphs from aerobic to anaerobic. And so instead of digesting the food, it digests the host. And so this is why we see that in nature, an organic substance will dissolve in 9 days due to the bacteria digesting the residue. And so the retention of this aerobic condition then has an equivalency, as we say, of 18 Hiroshima bombs, and has to be released. But we've never discussed where it came from until this past Thursday. And I think now what we have to realize is that that is the original spark of life. And somehow, some way, that spark of life has been changed into consumption. So this is the natural progression of the teachings. Back to you, Mark. Thanks, Ike.
Yeah, Alex, that's another curiosity of that you just brought up. That Hiroshima equivalence, when comparing this energy of the soul, could it be because it's in a vacuum chamber that we don't feel the impact? I understand it's the strength of 18 Hiroshima bomb, but we being outside, we don't feel it, and it's in an energy level, but it's inside our body. We don't see that, but it's going on. Is it the vacuum nature of the inside of that containment?
Well, you see, that's a very brave question, because the misunderstanding that we have with the vacuum system is that we know that if we drink a liquid from a bottle and we use a straw, that as we suck on that straw, we create that vacuum condition to draw the fluid out. But that is only one half of the picture, because if we had that vacuum condition within our existence, then technically we should just suck into that vacuum and be non-existent. But that is not the case. We are totally existent. We are abundant with energy. That energy is what animates us. That energy is what separates us from, let's say, inanimate objects, let's say like rocks and things like that. Or what I think we could generally refer to as inorganic beings. So if we understand that every atomic structure has a soul, then every structure is really animate in some way. And so the difference that we can really attribute to that is the difference between organic, which is carbon-based, and inorganic, which is silicon-based. And then from there, it seems that all the periodic table of elements get fully filled in. But there has to be an equal and opposite vacuum condition to maintain that mag-grav balance. And so what we find is that vacuum condition is outside of the magnetosphere of the Earth, because we are participating within the Earth's gravitational field. And we need to have that reference to a position, as you mentioned. We need to have an environment to be able to manifest into that physicality. So therefore, the Earth, in order to maintain its physicality, likewise has to have a balance between its internal vacuum condition and its external vacuum condition, which is beyond the magnetosphere. And so when we look at the vacuum condition beyond, say, the magnetosphere on its way to the sun, then we understand why we can't see the light coming from the sun to the Earth. We only see that light manifesting in its physicality when it comes in contact with the magnetosphere, which is sandwiched between the two extreme vacuum conditions. And so it is through this vacuum condition that the cosmic rays can travel, and they travel at infinite speed. And then once they come into the physicality, it has to slow down. And so in order to slow down, it's just like you slow your car down, you have to decelerate. So you back off the accelerator and reduce the amount of energy that's going in there. But due to the conservation of energy, we as animate beings have now absorbed that energy and manifest that into a life form. And as such, we retain that energy. But then we have acquired a different method of exchanging energy. And so we've gone from a unconditional supplementation from the creator to a conditional supplementation as a consumer. Thanks, Ike.
And
Thank you.
Ike had shared a video with us earlier today, which he received, I believe, from Claudia. And let's just play this 29-second clip if we can. Again, Mr. Keshe mentioned about the spark and how he worked with this scientist who works on creation of life and so on. And they just accepted the spark as just being there. They didn't really have an idea. Of course, in this video, you'll hear the woman say this was the interaction of zinc or something, but now we know more. Let's just watch this. And
this is the documented moment of conception. And the sperm enters the egg, and there's this poof of light that comes off of it. Scientists are studying this, and they're looking at it, and they're like, okay, well, it looks like it's a release of zinc, a burst of zinc that comes off the egg, and it creates this appearance. But any way you slice it, they can't explain away that light happens when life happens. Isn't that amazing? Light happens when life happens. So
okay, just for you to actually see that. And isn't that what the black hole, doesn't it release light or creates light? And it pulls in a lot, but it also creates light and creates life. So that was the spark. And I think back in 305, Mr. Keshe was talking about the splitting of the neutron. And we see a little spark or a little light within our bodies. We're consistently and constantly splitting neutrons. And that light, or maybe there's a little heat, I think he indicated, is this where the heat of the body comes from the splitting of the neutron, which we're doing in that vacuum condition 24 hours a day. So again, creating something to sustain our own life, perhaps. But the splitting of the neutron, again, releases a light, as I understand it. It releases the electron and the proton energy. So in a way, we're doing this to sustain our own sort of, and as we understand, we are a low energy nuclear reactor in so many ways. Anyone else want to add anything else about this spark, which Mr. Keshe had mentioned a few times in this workshop? The spark of life. Perhaps I'll just summarize again a little bit about the 606 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. So as I said earlier, this is an evolution in the science of man in the dimension of energy, rather than not in the matter state. And he referred to what happened the previous week, where the two souls in the enlightenment came in through a question that one of the knowledge seekers was asking Mr. Keshe. And he said, we're endeavoring to replicate this life starting in the energy dimension. And we can dictate, he said, the time of life. And we are one energy collection, and like the egg, let's say, in this workshop that we all participated, or many participated in. And then the system, or the Keshe Foundation, is introducing another energy, which he was calling the sperm. So we're kind of like the egg in the energy dimension, and then in the energy dimension, a sperm gets introduced, so to speak, by understanding the totality, and they're going to try and replicate the daughter of Mitra, or they're going to try, we start to try in this dimension how the soul of physicality will react. He said they created a soul within less than a minute. We've seen it on the graphs there. And this is shocking what we see. And it's more shocking what we're seeing in the transmutation sessions. Again, if I go to the store and we just look up these transmutation sessions, this is how we're keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity that they can develop. And here's the transmutation test here that people can participate in. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, another comment. So in a sense, the folks that perform abortion needs to be equipped with this type of knowledge, because both sides are right and both sides are wrong. Right in the sense that if you are able to perform the abortion before the soul forms, then you are not killing. I wonder what you think about that.
I think you're correct. That we'll be able to see the soul, as he said.
Right. Because there has to be a period the soul forms, and that period there's no actual life yet. It's interesting.
And time has not started until the enlightenment. Yeah, that immense energy that came back to it.
And Mr. Keshe said he was shocked when he heard the scientists say that he didn't understand. They just accept it as a light. So the scientist was shocked and Mr. Keshe was shocked. And so he started to explain a little bit more about this interaction of the sun and the earth that's creating that light. And even when I was in grade school, we used to draw pictures. You know, you'd have a house, you'd have a sun up in the sky. And of course, I always colored the sun yellow because that's where the light came from, right? And of course, I was totally wrong. I was thinking of the sun as a big flashlight in a way, shining this light towards the earth. But now we know that that interaction of the two fields, one of the earth and one of the sun, happens in the upper atmosphere. And of course, the first thing that's created is nitrogen, but this is where the light comes from. And Mr. Keshe explained this to this leading scientist, and he was shocked as well. But I think he said he understood it. And this is, we just called it a spark, the scientist told Mr. Keshe. And this is actually the spark of the two fields interacting. So he went through that a bit. And he said we can, in the future, or perhaps even now, but in the background, they can look at this spark and tell by its strength whether it's a boy or whether it's a girl, or if there's any abnormalities in this particular combination that's being formed. They can measure the spark in the future, in this world of creation. And this is another dimension of life, and they've confirmed it in the energy state, as I understand it. And this is the parallel, he said, that we're seeing. The interaction of two fields create the spark.
Could it be also that spark can only occur when that particular sperm fertilizes? Because there's millions of sperms, right? And it's only one that can get fertilized, and one can fertilize the egg.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yeah, there's only one key. Even if it's last in line in back of a billion other ones, none of them can penetrate. We always heard they're all racing to get there first, but the first one may not fit. It doesn't have the magnetic field combination to get in, to unlock it.
Yeah, so they don't have, those other ones don't have the field strength for that spark.
They're trying, they're trying to
Right.
penetrate it in the physicality, but without the correct magnetic field combination, it won't accept it. And
And
we did the same with all of you in the session. Maybe we can go to that session and take a look. I think it's
the egg determines and will allow the right one in. It was an interesting talk.
Or did you say the egg determines that too?
Yes, and I mean, in a way, what we're talking about, the right field fitting with the right, yeah, each field matching in a way. That's the only one that can go in. So the female, the egg, will actually stop anything from happening unless it's the right one.
okay. Let's listen to actually what they were working on. And this is the graph, I believe, of the previous week, where again, there's extra energies or something added into the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. As I said, I always thought there was something special. Maybe it's his voice or something, but he always said you're sharing the soul of the person that created the workshop, or another paper by another scientist, or a book or something else. You're sharing the soul of the creator of that workshop or paper or book or whatever. So let's hear how Mr. Keshe explained this for all of us to understand more in this energy side. Whoops, what happened here? Right, here we go.
What I want you to watch, I mark it to watch. I want you to watch this area. I want to see if you see it. And then I want you to watch this area. And then in development, watch this area. Zone 1 is where we introduce.
Okay, let me catch up to where we are. He said we did the same with all of you in the session, and we're going to see this. I'll back it up a little bit. There's no difference in the world of creation of the planet of the Earth, the egg and the sperm, and the rest of it. It all is done the same way. We decide to interact and change. Lightning, he said. And I always was taught there were 3 types of lightning, one from cloud to cloud, one from the cloud to the ground, and one from the ground up to the cloud. But now he's saying that this little energy starts from the bottom and builds up. It's a very small science, but he said this is apparently it's in the world of science that the lightning starts from the bottom and goes up. And this is what the new science is explaining. A small amount of energy, and then it brings the soul into it, or brings the soul of the planet into it. Man can actually, I guess, be hit by lightning if you created that field or that small energy work. I think he referred to that. You know, am I going to get hit by lightning? You're actually creating that sort of a small energy that could manifest in you getting hit by lightning. We're all in the matter state of energies, he said, and this is what they're touching. And they're waiting for Mr. Keshe has been waiting for this confirmation for 40 years, he said. And now we'll take a look at this graph. Let me just back it up, 15 seconds or so. Okay, here we go.
What will be interesting, play the video and then watch. What I want you to watch, I mark it to watch. I want you to watch this area. I want to see if you see it. And then I want you to watch this area. And then in development, watch this area. Zone 1 is where we introduce energy. The energy introduced, don't forget, you lot prior to this point all connected to the system. So you have one energy. We introduce one energy, which is our system. Let's play. Watch what's happening. Just run the video, please. This is about 3 minutes. In a way, we introduce to you the condition of the egg and the sperm. And as we introduce the energy to you, just watch how this area develops. It's developing very softly in the background, but it's creating what we call the soul of the physicality with it. If you monitor here, watch the spreadic, the soul of physicality is taking shape. So now we have introduced matter energy, and the soul, the energy of the collective soul is taking over. And watch what happens. I keep quiet for you to just watch this, and then we go back to it to analyze it. Run it as it is, please. This is your physicality. This is the soul of physicality. And this is the soul area. Just watch. You see how soul gradually develops. If you watch it, you see repeats what we know in the world of creation. The life starts from the point of physicality, energy-wise. That's how it goes. Exactly like a thunder. And then when collectively increases, it returns back to feed itself. This video, if it's understood and analyzed in full, you will see how life created. This is why we have the egg and the sperm. We bring the egg and the sperm together, which is the dimension of physicality. In this corner, this comes together as the strengthening collectively creates the soul of the physicality, and then it connects to universal energy through dimension of the hydrogen, and then comes back to itself. The most important thing for us is in a space. Now you see, if you can bring it, you see this matter, this environment increases. This is the part of the soul. You see it increases gradually as it feeds back to the soul of physicality and the physicality which is in this part. Gradually built up. And this is exactly what happens to us in the dimension of physicality. You can see how the soul is taking shape. If you see the dots, they come in one by one. And this explained to us, if we understand this, we decide the starting time.
Sorry, I had my mic muted. Any other thoughts? He said they started by separating the soul of physicality and the physicality from the soul. And then the soul increases as it feeds back to the soul of physicality and the physicality. And he said this is exactly what happens to us. We decide the time. And he refers again back to the sessions about the separation of the soul. So now apparently the soul can be changed or interacted with, or perhaps it's a totally different soul. And this is how we attain the soul and the life energy. It needs much more research, he said. The womb decides the energy, and the creation will manifest out of those energies. So this is what he's touching in a way, I think, the elevation of the soul in these sort of sessions. And that feeds back to the soul of physicality, and it feeds back to the physicality. And this is what he's saying. We're going to replicate, or we are replicating, the energies of the womb as if the mother was there. So in a way, you're going back into the womb, but not the physical womb, into a womb with different energies, it sounds like to me. Anyone want to add to that? I don't understand much about these graphs, but I'm trying to. And he said, we decide the starting time and the rest of this. So again, I'm just trying to comprehend what is being done, not that I can do what's being done at this point to me. Again, this is beyond the leading edge of the leading scientists on this planet. What's happening here? Because they're so much enamored with working with the physicality. And then he said, we decided what the outcome will be. See what will be the creation of humanity with other creatures of the universe. Apparently they can take other energies, mix it with our energies, and see what sort of creature would be created without even the egg or the sperm, or even your particular soul, where they can create this soul. And then they're going to see what manifests out of this. And of course, I think he showed another graph about how we can make man immortal in a way, which we've heard this before, but again, it's just beyond we think it's by eating the right food and by taking vitamins and the rest of all these matter state things that we feel, exercise, so on and so forth, will extend the life of the man. But let's hear, perhaps, I'm not sure. Yes, go ahead, please.
One thing that I'm thinking, we talked about the cells in the body. All those cells that are being created lead to the soul of the physicality. So there was the beginning, and you saw us, all of us together. And then eventually we helped to create the soul of physicality. And now I couldn't see in this one where exactly did they put the energy in. I see where things changed and started. But did they also add to the soul of physicality as well? And then
the soul, I think, or by elevating the soul of physicality will change. And so
and then that energy ends up being sent from the soul of physicality then, because they're adding the energy, I think, at that level, and then it feeds the soul, the new soul. And then when it has been fed and everything is kind of balanced or in place, then it starts to come back and feed itself and creates, in my eyes, creates time, begins time. And that's the life.
He said the womb decides the energy, and the creation will manifest, but they're replicating the energies of the womb as if the mother was here. And
yeah, remember, didn't he say that the womb? I think he was talking about in the past, and the with Christ and Mary and so on, that a womb has to have 80% more energy to be able to hold a special soul child, because it'll be so elevated and pure. So that means that 80% would have been needed by the womb itself. I'm trying to remember all the details. I think
To produce human like us, he was using that field strength 80 as an example of the womb has to have that type of strength.
be able to handle the energy of the soul
Right.
child. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
By changing the energy of the womb, its creation changes. We decide what outcome will be. See what will be creation of humanity with other creatures of the universe, which we mentioned, not in the physicality, but in the energy. How created in space, how man, or the children of men created in space will look. The soul of physicality of man will change through its interaction. And then he talks about how we can make man immortal. Let's take a look at this. Perhaps I'll back it up a little bit, but these were a couple of the graphs that were shown. And again, we're looking at things that the top level scientists on this planet are not aware of, or if they are aware of it, they're not allowed to speak of it, as I see it. This may be considered classified or something. We don't want to reveal too much.
Of that environment, as the children
I'm going to back it up.
is preset what to do. Even we take a woman, Chinese woman from China into
Let me back
Africa,
up some more. Sorry,
because the womb energy.
I didn't have this set properly. But let's just, maybe we'll just go to the beginning of this graph to try to understand more. Let's see here. Let's try it.
In that point and position. Scientifically, there'll be more research, we do more research, because we have come to understand much more. And those of you who join us tomorrow in the session, we tell you what happened to you last week. We have recorded it. We usually do the month session at the end of each month. What happened in the last session, last Friday, is so fundamental with what we've seen that we brought the session of the September to this week. So don't, any of you coming into the session, you got to be there tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the morning, we'll start the session. Again, it's another.
And again, anyone who's a bit confused, he's talking about sessions, he's talking about the sessions in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, but he's also talking, as we showed earlier, about these transmutation sessions, and you can find that and sign up for that in the Keshe Foundation store. So they're doing something in the public domain, but they're also doing other things in the this transmutation session, which of course in the public is free, but here you pay to be a guinea pig in a way, that we can keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity.
Dimension of the collection of soul of physicality, the soul of the man, and you can see how, if you look on the left side, how from the time we introduced the energy, suddenly the soul separated.
So when they introduced the energies, the soul separated from the soul of physicality and the physicality. And this is in the sessions. Now apparently these energies are going to create a different soul or an elevated soul in this position. Am I misunderstanding this, or can someone add more? In other words, we want to get you alone so we can sort of elevate you. And in that elevation of the soul, it will elevate the soul of physicality and the physicality. Go ahead.
As I understood it, we were like the egg, and it ended up that the other energies became like the sperm, and so it's a creation of a new soul, like a child of all of us.
They always advertise.
Yeah, it's
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. Is the child of Mitra has no physicality. So in a sense, it's a new creation. The two dynamic fields coming together. We are represented in that as one dynamic field, and then whatever he's introducing is another dynamic field. And that comes together, elevate the soul of that physicality that can connect to this main source, and then it comes back to where that offspring will come in. It could going up there to the source becomes the enlightenment, and that's a new time. So you can look at it as we are getting more enlightened since our soul of physicality together touched the source, and that we will become enlightened. Then all these things can be translated to different things. It could be egg and sperm. It could be us getting enlightened to know something. It just all feels. That's my understanding.
So as we see products advertised in different places, and sometimes they put new and improved. So this looks like it's a new and improved soul in so many ways through this energy. Again, nothing to do so much with the physicality. And we always thought we had to get that physicality going to change something. But now he's working from the soul backwards down to the soul of physicality and the physicality of the individual that's already been created.
What would be interesting
Go ahead, Randy, please.
is now we know from that video from Japan how important zinc is. What if you feed your pregnant wife ZNO, plasma water, while she's pregnant?
Any doctors here? I don't know. But again, it's not the zinc, I don't think, that's showing that light. It's the interaction of the two fields that are showing that light. But they said it's zinc, I guess.
In the dimension of physicality.
Let me back it up a minute. Here, we'll go there. Okay, let's go.
Start the session. Again, is another dimension of the collection of soul of physicality, the soul of the man. And you can see how, if you look on the left side, how from the time we introduced the energy, suddenly the soul separated.
That's your
not
soul.
in the dimension of physicality.
That's your soul that you have now. It's separated in the session from the soul of physicality and the physicality as they introduce the specific energy or combination of energies.
And you see how consistent it stays, where the soul of physicality and the soul of the man stay in this area. And then you see it. Totally what you see here in this line is what you see in this area. That's how we separate. And now we can confirm how even we as humans in the womb of the mother attain life, attain soul, attain energy, and then what is important for us to understand in the future, we'll do a research on this, is that the condition, the energy of the womb decides the interaction and the condition that the physicality will manifest itself. So if we have sperm and an egg of a human, and we create a condition of the womb of the mother, we get a human race on this planet according as she's here. As the mother moves in a different environment, what we call 80% energy changes, that womb will not create a human as us. It creates a human as the condition and position. Isn't this what our mothers do? If you're black, we give a birth to a child of a black. If you're Chinese, we give a birth to the Chinese-looking child, and the rest of it. Because it's preset what to do. Even when we take a woman, Chinese woman from China into Africa, because the womb energy field is preset. Unless we change it to interact with the sperm or an egg of African environment energy, which then the new balance in the womb of the mother decides what that child is going to be. With this knowledge we have, we go back to time. We decide the time. We decide the energy level. We decide what would the outcome be.
Is he saying we as the knowledge seekers or we as the Keshe Foundation? Anyone? He's been saying we can change time, we can change place, we can change position in the matter state, we can do the enlightenment.
We as all of us, once you get that enlightenment, once you have that understanding about plasma.
Okay. But we're still trying to get there. Right now, it's in the hand of the Keshe Foundation. Yes?
Correct. The foundation is we for now, but we are part of it. We're learning how to do it. I mean, not that we're going out there to do it, but just the understanding.
Okay, let's continue with this. Then we'll go to
May I?
Oh, please. Anyone. We want more interactions. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Ike. Thank you, Gail. And everyone else. Randy.
So the we reference is actually a very loose term in this context, because right now the we is the foundation and the knowledge seekers in the foundation. But the other we really has to do with all the souls on this planet. So that's the 8 billion souls that we have here in the humanity section. Okay. The other we, of course, involves everything that's on this planet. And then the we is us individually. We individually have the capability of replicating the same energy transition. And so the supplementation that we're trying to bring forward is to offset the supplementation that has led us into consumption. And so the we reference is that each of us is endowed naturally with this capability, but like all talents, you have to cultivate it, and then and if we don't use it, we lose it, kind of thing. So practice is what makes perfect, and perfect practice is what the foundation is all about. So that's the difference. Thanks, Mark.
Okay, yeah, we as ourselves, or are we doing this for the collective, we as humanity? But Fo has put an interesting comment. We is the universal community. Go ahead, Fo, if you'd like to add to that. Interesting. Maybe not. But yes, definitely, we're all part. As he said, this planet has always belonged to the universal community. And they're waiting for some of these changes as well. And they're suffering from some of the same conditions that we're suffering from.
If we understand
Well, that's a key point.
the future research will
Go ahead.
Well, that's a key point you brought up, Mark. So have you ever asked the question, why is that so?
Well, some of them are still in the matter state, even though it's a very fancy and exquisite matter state. As he said, the craft and the reactors within the craft are just a advanced Magrev positioning system, but it's matter state.
Right. But it's never been presented to us in that light, has it?
No, it hasn't.
No, because they're the superior and we're the inferior. Isn't that correct?
Right, and they've also had a chip on their shoulder as well, as they saw the collection of humanity as a rather insignificant dust in the universe.
Well, yeah.
I mean, four-wheelers and the rest of it, right? So we
Well,
a little, yeah, go ahead.
I think if you're having a congregation in the middle of a desert and honoring the flames of the humanity, and then suddenly a windstorm comes up that is dust, that is collecting under your feet, actually ends up swirling around your head. And isn't it interesting that the Chinese laser systems have failed in Saudi Arabia because they were never tested in the desert conditions where we all know that the sand can obstruct your vision. So it's hard to, it doesn't matter how much light you have, it cannot penetrate through the dust. So there is a time and a place for the dust. And depending on where it is, it allows your capability. But I think we need to stop, shall we say, segregating the capabilities of the dust and understand that if our true intention is to come through, then we have to take care of that intention on all sides. We can't just say, well, under this particular condition it works, and then, well, it doesn't work under the other condition, but we're not going to discuss that one. When we're talking about the universal condition, that encompasses everything, and so that's the whole nature of everything. Everything includes everything. Back to you, Mark.
Right. We've been a little envious of the universal community because of their capabilities to do certain things that we can't do. But now apparently the tables are going to be turned where man will become a significant dust in the universe. And hopefully we don't get the big head over it. And as he said, stay humble with the knowledge you understand and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path as the church and the mosque. So hopefully we'll be humble in this whole process as we take this knowledge across the universe, because as was indicated a number of times, if the ones in the UFO knew how the creator traveled, they wouldn't be in the craft, the physical craft. But they don't understand it. They haven't reached back to the understanding of the soul and how to use that energy to move instantaneously, not taking hundreds or thousands of years to travel from one corner of a galaxy to another. Perhaps, again, I know very little of this knowledge, but I'm glad I'm being exposed to it.
Well, I think the impetus for change comes about directly from the intensity of the suffering. So, in terms of our social attitudes with respect to health and aging, we have been taught from childhood that, when you're old, you become decrepit. And now we have the phenomena where there are many who are young and decrepit. And so what we really have to change is this reference of old and young and the relationship to being decrepit. I think we have to include old and healthy and young and healthy as part of the discussion as well. So this is something that we have a capability of making those choices, and we've just forgotten, and so it just becomes an urgency with us here on the planet And that's why it's front and center for us. Those who are not faced with those urgencies, for them it's well, business as usual, and when the time comes, then I'll adjust. Well, the time has come where we cannot move forward because there is something that is lagging behind and it's dragging as if it were an anchor. So it's time to weigh anchor and let's get going with the program. And so obviously that includes the Earth space. Back to you, Mark.
Right. In the universal community, at least the ones in the craft are suffering some of the same irregularities or what do we want to say, infirmities that the man suffers from, even though when we look, oh, the craft is perfect and they're traveling so quickly and making turns and the rest, but they're suffering as well, probably in the dimension of emotions, but I'm not sure. But he said they're suffering very similar conditions to what man is suffering. What he actually meant, I'm not sure.
Kind ends up doing some proper work in his understanding, we can even see how our children will look like falling in love with another creature energy in the universe, and what that outcome be according to the space of that environment. As the children of Mitra, they cannot have physical interaction. They can give energy to each other, and the environment that interaction is given decides how the child of human in the space will look.
And apparently this is already going on in the universe with some civilizations exchanging energies with other civilizations and making entirely new creations. I've never even considered that they're already doing this in the universe, or some civilizations are already doing this. Ike put in here, we've 4 wheels and they don't, if that counts. We've 4 wheels. What does this mean, Ike? They
I
sort
said
of,
we have 4 wheels and they don't. So I was just
yeah,
checking on it.
that's why they called us the 4-wheelers. We're still on the ground and we're still rotating the wheel. But again, they may have a bit of a chip on their shoulders in a way, especially to think of other entities in the universe as insignificant dust, meaning they don't count much or they don't count for much. But now the whole table is going to be turned upside down in a way, where man has been gifted this and being taught of how to move in this dimension of energy rather than the physicality of a craft or a rocket, a spaceship.
This because where we call the soul, where the energy comes from, now is dictated totality of the universal energy like us. But what changes is this: the solar physicality of the man will change because he has interaction with the energies of the universe, and then the physicality will be decided. Then we can see, then we can decide how we can make man immortal. If you listen.
And this is a very interesting part. I mean, this is what people have sought after to become immortal. Remember the Fountain of Youth or Ponce de Leon? All these other explorers were looking for things that would make us, in a way, more enlightened and a longer life. And now this is what he's talking about. I think he'll go into that parade with Putin and Xi here, where they're both 72. Apparently, I didn't know that, but they were talking about how they can live with the change of organs and what they understand they can live to perhaps 150 because they're very happy in their positions as rulers and in a way want to stay in that position. But he's talking about we can go to 150,000 years, Mr. Keshe is saying, and we can go to billions of years. Let's hear this part. Yes?
Yeah, I see where if you have in the future, if you have any defect in any of the organs, there's no need for invasive surgery. You just use pills to grow it.
Yep.
So you can always stay young or stay forever. So that's the model aspect of it. It comes in different forms. That's my understanding. But the feature is interesting.
Yes. And we'll probably always be wondering why did it take us so long to get to this point? Were we that involved with the physicality that we totally disregarded our energy dimension?
Yesterday, there was a parade in China, President Xi and President Putin walking with each other. Putin says to President Xi about that now, don't forget, they're both 72 years old. They want to stay leader. They enjoy the leadership, so they're looking to expand their lives. You have to understand mentality behind the talk. Putin says that now we're changing organs and everything. We are still infant with changing of organs and everything else. We can live a longer time. President Xi, in a way, says with the new, what we know now, man can live in the future 150 years. So if you're in 150 years, live, and we're in 50s and 60s, we have not become teenagers of the future. Those of you who are 20, 30 year toddlers of what it's come. But knowing this, understanding what we see now, we can change directly the energy of the environment at this point. That the soul changes, soul of physicality changes, and the interaction of the soul will be with a higher order enlightenment, knowledge for the physicality of the man and this. So what it means, our children who come in touch with the dimension of the knowledge and energies of the universe will be enlightened in a totally different way than we do as our generation, at the present time. And the research and what will come in the future will confirm. And if you understand this, in creating this environment, what we did with you lot, you are all the ego, the sperm, introduce additional energy into it, whatever you want to call it. We showed how the later generation of the law of physicality attained this life, and then it feeds back to itself. And what we see clearly in the other part of the research is that it creates a full, more or less, loop, as we've seen before. Coming from and going back to. This, as I said to you, research and development we are watching is so amazing, is so incredible that it will bring new changes. We have moved into the process, we have moved into the knowledge of creating exact replication of the universal energies. And next step of process in the next few weeks, we show how this can affect us. We'll set up in the sessions you're in how you interact. Up to now, you didn't know how you interact with the dimension of the soul. Now we can show you, because the energies will bring in, instead of working with your physicality on this side as energy, will interact directly with your soul, directly with your crew, point of energy and resources. And then we'll see how you as knowledge seekers will change. In enlightenment, in knowledge, in whatever you want. Maybe some of you get to the point that you touch the love of the Creator, and then we'll see what happens. This is not theories anymore. because you can see how here in this part, your soul and soul of physical there. The minute we introduce additional energy, we have separated your souls. Enlightenment at a higher order, but your physicality and soul of physicality stays online. Now, is it worth to start at a time with the dimension of physicality where the DNA of the man, because of the condition, emotion, or whatever of this planet, has been tampered with, modified, genetic modification to emotion, where if we deliver the pure energies at the level of the soul, at the level of the universal energies, which conversion of it and tainted of it becomes disabled children we have, mental conditions we have, aggression we have, changes, we change the man.
So as he indicated, this is in a way a gift from the Creator, that they're going to supplement or add the energies that we haven't experienced yet, that we haven't been able to pull ourselves out of this physicality so much. So this is a gift, as I see it. It'll be developed, but certainly, as he said, they can separate the soul and the soul of physicality. Sometimes in these sessions, we used to start off with the expansion of the soul, but in a way, we can see it right here. Introduce certain energies into the system, the soul separates from the physicality and the soul of physicality, just by the right combination of energies. No matter state involved. We'll continue this for another minute, and then I'd like to play the formation of the universe. Yes.
It's also interesting during our sleep time, when we dream, obviously our soul expands, but there's no external, no introduction of energy. But everything happens within when our broad pleasure lowers itself and then allows the cage to open for the soul to expand. Well, now the technology has improved to where we can directly send the emotions, increase the field strength through via an outside source to where it increases our field strength and allow the soul to still expand, and the physicality is still there, just like we have in our sleep time. The physicality is still there. Yeah. So it's just the progression of the technology. You're just noticing that. Because we used to think all these things as abstracts, we just believing it like Bible, but now it's all detailed to how the progress is coming along.
As he said, this is where science meets the soul of the man. Maybe we'll continue for a couple more minutes.
What is interesting is, with what we know now, we can create a new condition. Would our work, our research, and what we see bring in a new dimension of work for all of us, where we, as knowledge seekers, go to the point, reach to the condition that we do not need to worry about how our children are going to be in the future, where we can change the energy of what we call the environment of the creation, what we suffer lack of, which makes us animals, to become peaceful creation, created, and live amongst us. So in a way, the last week research, or what you were our guinea pigs, was extremely nice for us, extremely what we call perfection in knowledge, that we can now even try to change the dimension of the emotion and bring in at the point of maturity of man through enlightenment than through anything else. We can go directly to understand the work of the creation, interaction of the souls, and then see what happens in physicality. We can display this up. That's what we have. We hope in the session tomorrow to add to the knowledge, because then it gives us the reason why man stays physical, and hopefully in the coming time, in the what we call understanding of the totality, change the dimension to something very special, something where we can bring in the play games of the understanding and diversion from the point of the energy point, understanding the work of the man as energy, and then working, trying to understand and create children of Mitra in the essence of the true creation, without all the genetic modification over thousands of years, millions of years, where we come into this planet, we come into the environment of this planet as pure lights of the Creator, pure lights of the Sun. And through the dimension of the evolution of the man, our ancestors, we gain, we get modified. Genetically, our DNA changes in the dimension of emotion that leads to create an aggressive man, a killing man, and everything else which goes with it. With what we have in our hand, with what we see in research by the Keshe Foundation, it's amazing to understand that now, with the knowledge we have, and you lot have been with it, we have seen the progress from us producing, introducing energy of the physicality to the soul, of physicality to the soul of the man. And in the coming weeks, we enlighten you and see how the true daughters of Mitra will be generated. This puts an end with what we've seen and what we have to the fallacy of the virgin birth. Because now we understand the birth of a child is the purity of the child, which was the soul of Christ. His soul was created from a pure, which is the purity of the soul of the creator of the universe, and embedded in the physicality of the man.
Okay, I think we'll stop it here. Hopefully, again, these workshops will be opened up. There's much more in them than we're even explaining here today, because our knowledge isn't that deep, but he's hidden a lot of things in these workshops. As he said, it'll take more than all of us to open up this knowledge. So that means the universal community will be getting involved in this process as well. What I'd like to do now is to just play an 8-minute video, which is called The Formation of the Universal Council. And this is where, in a way, we work in the energy dimension. And you'll see a lot of the things that we're seeing today, in a way, the world leaders and this idea of the religious leaders creating the pretext for them to go to war, and so on and so forth. So I'd like to play that for those who are interested. And of course, you can apply to be a Universal Council member. Again, the response seems to be rather slow. People have applied and they haven't heard back, but I'm sure it's in the works. And as we have so many Universal Council members, each nation, 150 or hundred and so many nations need a representative. And if your soul is leading you in that direction, please do apply. We're not soliciting, but we leave it up to the souls to decide to be. And again, as he's often said, we're all Universal Council members. So let's just play this. I'm sure we've all heard it before, but maybe we'll glean a little bit more, or if others listen to this workshop in the next days or weeks that maybe haven't ever heard of the Keshe Foundation, you'll understand a little bit more about one of the councils we have here. And of course, that's a reflection of the universe's Universal Council in a way. So let's. And this came from the Keshe Foundation website, Spaceship Institute on YouTube.
It's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. And it's time to understand that we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. Now you understand maybe why the Creator has sent his messengers in the name of whatever you have had. Is that they bring the ears that it can be used when the time of the Messiah comes. They can teach the soul and the message, not to oppose. But by them understanding through those who have become Messiahs to give from their souls to these to elevate, the job is made easy. The school is there and the students are devotedly there. Then there won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque and in the same church in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion that is used to create so much conflict for the benefit of those who were the hyperactive children. The time has come, the time of change is here. And as I said, my wish is my command. If it's your wish to see peace, the path of peace is laid very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving will create that position of change. No other thing. There is no pen in the soul of the man. And I'm sure once you go into the universal community, you will never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power that you have understood and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. This is what we promised, and this is what we have delivered. We have to understand the operation of the soul, and we have to understand the soul of the man is a star in the cosmos of the universe. If we compare the soul of the man and many of us, 7 billion in one collection, Earth is like a galaxy with so many stars. When we look in the depth of the universe, we see galaxies with hundreds of millions of stars in it. so is the planet Earth. Carries 7 billion beautiful stars, which are the soul of the man. Carries with it soul of so many trillions of animals, plants, and everything else. So if you look, when someone who does not see the physicality of the earth and its content, what do they see? They see a galaxy with so many beautiful lights shining, each one according to their strength, each one according to their position. An infant has a beautiful soul, so has the old man. To those who do not see the physical dimension of this planet, but they see the strength of the field, we are clusters of stars. The human race, every single soul, no one from a distance sees that's the soul of a fisherman, that's the soul of the cosmologist, that's the soul of the president. They all shine irrespective of the physicality. This is the magic. This is what the new science has to bring to man. When we look through our soul, we see nothing but a star in the other souls. And this is the break. This is the understanding. This is what all these teachings are about. Coming to mature to the next level, to understand in the deep space, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. Then man is ready to go into space. Then man is ready to become part of the universal community which has been promised. I never promised you heaven. I always promised you the elevation of the man to join the family. And now you have the key. It's you who has to open the door to understand, if I can raise the soul of these people or millions of other souls, that the physical life on this planet changes, then I'm worthy to be part of the universal community. To be there to serve, to expand. To be there, to be part, that in the cycle of life of universe, I become, in being part, I become part of the totality. When man reaches that point, a new dimension in the strength of the soul of the man will appear, which is beyond imagination of understanding of the physical life. It's the gate to the opening of the new life, in a new dimension, which is beyond imagination of what you might call a new beginning, a new cycle. Which that cycle carries with itself the origin of the creation of life in the universe and in the universe. It's the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne of the physical life. The time is right. The time has come for the man to go through this process.
It's amazing when this video was made, and everything he said in that video is what we're experiencing now.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
And I want to thank Flint and Rick. I know Rick said they worked on this video for weeks and weeks, I think, to create this beautiful video. Of course, it's been modified a little bit, I think, in the past, but I thought it was important that we start. This is part of the energy dimension within the Keshe Foundation. And so let's go to create that dome of peace with our energies now. Of course, We thank all the beautiful stars that are here. And this is what he said. This is what all these teachings are about, to understand this energy dimension. But he had to bring us there in a rather slow fashion. And of course, we're quite stubborn as well. So we don't want to accept a lot of these things. But this is the truth about the creation and the reality of man in the universe. And we're heading in that direction. So this is the first part of the Dome of Peace, where it's something for the physicality to do by releasing GANS waters and so on. We can add energies. Again, this is all about the transfer of energies. And then we'll go to the second part, where we use our collective energies as souls or as centers, let's say, and to give to the others. And as he said, if you can elevate these people and others, that their life in the physicality changes, then you're worthy to be part of the universal community. But remember, be humble with the power you understand and possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path as the church and the mosque. So let's go to the first step of creating the Dome of Peace, which is releasing of the GANS waters.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Any questions about this procedure? Again, something for the physicality to do, but as he said, the GANS waters, the cosmic rays, it's all connected, and it's all about transferring the energies. And this brings the elevation, and this is what's happening in the sessions, the transmutation sessions, as well as in the workshops. So we can all start to experience a little aspect of this, or maybe a big aspect of this, depending on how much of the door you'd like to open in a way, or accept the changes. So now we'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which is the collective powers of our energies, or our stars. And stars certainly do have quite a bit of energy, as we heard Alex mention earlier, and Ike was talking about that as well. But this is the second step of creating that Dome of Peace. And of course, we see the sun involved in it. The Keshe Foundation systems are involved in it. The universal community is also, I believe, involved in this whole process. And it's all being overseen in a way by the universe's Universal Council, which Mr. Keshe has reported to on a number of occasions, and even discussing other meetings with universal teachers. So this is just an amazing right out of the energy dimension, which we could never imagine even exists in the universe, as I see it, that they had a council or other entities are elevating. We probably thought it worked in a way very similar to the way it works here, where the stronger takes from the weaker. But that creates fear and the rest of this, and abuse. But now we know, in the universe at least, and it'll come to this planet as well, where the stronger feeds the weaker or elevates the other entity up to their level or even beyond their level. And that's not a problem. So let's go to the second step of the Dome of Peace.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Okay, thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta. We're not going to take any moments of silence. We all know what the mission is, and as Shweta said, don't just do it once a time, but do it all the time. And of course, you'll get nourished in this process as well. It's not a one-way street. What goes out as magnetical comes back as gravitational. The more you give, the more you receive. So keep this in your mind, that you are being made aware of this, that you can do this, and you can do it instantaneously. And again, the physicality is not involved in this process. It's just the work between the souls. And we're giving to the other souls, like the world leaders, to elevate them. And hopefully the soul of the world leaders will pick up these energies and change a dimension within the dimension of physicality. And of course, Brazil also has been very faithful in continuing meetings. This is the Sunday where we release the Gans waters. And again, release. You don't have to spray with a spray bottle. You can release it any shape or form you like. I do release it. And I also have some in the car. I was hearing in the Brazil meeting how one of the ladies carries a little small container of spray with her, I guess in her purse or on her person, and she sprays it at different times. So this is all part of it. And then on the energy side, on Wednesdays, they have and every day, they have the elevation of the soul of the world leaders. And this is the intention where you can gather in a Zoom meeting or in a Telegram meeting, and it's about 30 minutes. And you can add and be part of this whole intention of using your energy dimension. Doesn't cost anything, and actually you become more fulfilled as an entity, I think, by giving than trying to take. And this is my understanding of the whole affair. And of course, we're all invited, let me just bring this other panel up, by the Universal Council to be part of this process every day until we reach that permanent peaceful condition on this planet. The Universal Council invites the Keshe and Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Central European Summertime. And that's about to change. The times, I think, are about to change, but the 9 p.m. stays the same. So again, why are we doing this collectively? Because this is a broader spectrum of fields. And we see that when people, let's say, breed with or have children with others who are very close to them in the same family, because of the limitation of the fields, we see many, many defects are produced because there's not a a wide enough spectrum for the soul to choose, and so it ends up with defects in the rest. But we can use our souls for this elevation on a regular basis. And it's up to you to choose. Start with 1 nanosecond and build up. Releasing of the GANS water should be no problem. This is part of everything is connected here. We haven't been able to truly see it, although it has been explained in the teachings. So we thank you all for your continued participation in this process, and to start working and believing more in what we can't see rather than what we can't see. And that was the sort of the song I played before we started the recording. To reach for something we can't see. And this is the energies of the plasma, or the plasma wind, let's say. And of course, the Creator uses that as well, as we heard, where this is the gift where the Creator is moving everything and changing. Galaxies will change, stars will change their position, and everything, that the whole creation eventually will have this understanding of transmutation and being able to move in the matter state as well as the energy state. And this is, as he said, a gift from the Creator. So thank you all for your continued participation. Don't look for the results like it'll happen tomorrow. Mr. Keshe explained that to one of the knowledge seekers about the wish in this in the Q&A part of this. And sometimes it does happen instantaneously, but many times it's a process, and it takes time for the souls to coordinate things. But what you wish for will manifest itself, and it's of course better to do it for the collective than for yourself, and it does work much better that way. So we thank you all, and this is the way the Universal Council works. Through the wish, we will establish the peace on this planet. And so we thank the Keshe Foundation for continuing to open up this energy dimension that we were basically totally unfamiliar with. Even though we had some clues about it, we never got taught, and there's so much more to be shared in this world of energy. As we know, the Creator is the universe, and Mitra the dimension of physicality. But we're, in a way, elevating this whole dimension of physicality into understanding more about its energy dimension, which comes first before the creation. So many beautiful things happening. Continue to support. And if I go back to the store, we can show you where you can, in a way, take some of the offers which are in the Keshe Foundation store. This is the transmutation test to keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity, but also just listening to the workshops, things are embedded in there. And of course, as he said, we're using the structure of the man, the movies, the music, and other communications, that things will be embedded in there. And that's why he's running these tests, I think, to expand it to a larger dimension of work. Without it, you'll become more elevated without you even realizing you're being elevated. And this is the beauty of it. More and more people will, as Alex said, come to this realization and want to know more about this energy dimension. And it's just a process that's going to be delivered and is being delivered to the planet, probably as we speak. But it has to be introduced rather gingerly or gently, I think. But we'll see some amazing things. Again, the rebuilding of kidneys from thousands of miles away, growing of teeth, other sort of elevations that happen. Again, it's not dependent on the matter state. It's more dependent on the energy interaction. But you have to know how to use the right energies and the right cosmic rays and whatever combination they're done to produce this effect. And even the ones in the UFOs are apparently lacking this knowledge. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the craft, in the matter state. So thank you all for continuing to participate in this process. And I think it's time to see what Alex would like to share with us today in the teachings of the Keshe Foundation, or his sort of corner on that understanding. Not that any soul has, no soul has a corner on knowledge. But we appreciate you being here and your willingness to share and trying to enlighten us. And I'm asking if people can put any questions in the chat. This will give Alex an opportunity or a choice of answering certain questions as he chooses. So thank you, Alex, for joining us, and please carry on.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction, Mark, and also thanks for bringing the gang here. As I've always said, this is a very important meeting, and clearly we can see right now that we need to shine a little light on all of this darkness. So let's start with some very important business.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you very much, everybody. Really appreciate all of you being here. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2025, and as I say, it's a very important meeting because we are kind of summarizing what's happened in the past week with the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, leading the charge on Thursday, and the Brazilian team leading the charge in the other continent and around the world on the Fridays. And so here we are trying to summarize, and it's a very important thing for us to try and do that, because each of us is transitioning from being that of a knowledge seeker to being that of a teacher. And there are, as you probably have witnessed in your own community, that we are seeing a tremendous increase in the awareness of the basic population, and it is causing a little bit of emotional dismay, and we need to offset that, and it's our duty to provide that relief, if you will, and the best way to do that is with knowledge and being able to convey that knowledge. So each of us needs to go through this on our own, and each of us needs to do it within our own capability. So we've been trying for a long period of time to assist everybody in doing this. So this is why this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are entering a new phase, the basic GANS tech. We're going to discuss popcorn, just like you would be at a movie. You want to relax, watch the program, and enjoy. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is September the 7th of 2025. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as we've seen last week, what we finished with the advanced nanotech, and we covered various points: the turning point, hive, awareness, thresholds, consumption, and creation. And for many people looking at these titles, we wonder, well, what is the commonality there, and how do we go from the turning points to creation? And then we see that it's backed up by many years of teaching, where we were trying to condense all the teaching into a very basic way so that the new knowledge seekers don't get left behind and the advanced knowledge seekers still are able to continue advancing because we can't stop. Life has to carry on and it has to go forward because otherwise we'll be back in the dark ages. So here we are introducing the basic GANs tech, and today we're talking about popcorn and how does that relate to everything. So clearly, we know that there's a small kernel of corn and that it can explode into a popcorn, which for us is kind of a snack, I guess. But apparently, it's a very Canadian type of snack, or North American, shall we say. But universally, we are trying to teach something and explain it in scientific terms and in layman terms. So in scientific terms, Mr. Damaran Tevakoli Keshe brought to us book number 1, The Universal Order of the Creation of Matter. And we see the coming together of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And then we had to figure out how that arrived here. So in book number 2, we had the structure of the light. And did we know that there was a structure of light? And did we know that the light came from somewhere? Well, it must have come from somewhere because unless you are holding that flashlight, then you are just receiving the light. And did we ever dare to ask that question? And even if we did dare, who would we ask and who would give us that answer? So in the book number 3, then we go on to the origin of the universe. And did you ever dare to ask that question? And who would you ask that question of? And wouldn't you ask that question of the creator? Well, do you have a direct pipeline to the creator? And how audacious of you. And, don't you know your status in life? So, it is kind of presumptive that you have the audience of the creator, except for one thing. The creator created you. And so you're a product of the creator. So is everything. So is the earth space. And so for 394 weeks, the members of the Universal Council, along with Rick Crammond, have been bringing together the one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And this is, yes, it's a race for our race. And we're not alone. So there are others. And what are we waiting for? Well, I guess we were waiting for the others. Well, what are the others waiting for? Well, I guess they're waiting for us. And so in the meantime, we have these problems. And so we need to learn how to live. And so we were given these 10 commandments by Moses, and then we were given the completion of the missing commandments by Marin Keshe. And we see that there's a total of 24 commandments. The one that is most relevant as far as I'm concerned is thou shalt not lie. And the reason I keep referencing this one is because in order for us to accept our condition, we have to lie to ourselves and say that it is good. We should be satisfied. That's what it is. That's all we get. And, what else do you want? Isn't that enough? How much more do you need? And why do you need it? So in order to be satisfied with what you have, then you have to kind of fool yourself. And why would you have to fool yourself if that was true? Well, because it's a lie. That's why. And who knows that? Well, you know when you tell a lie. So when you try and cover that up, that causes anxiety. And when you've been told a lie and you uncover that, that also causes anxiety. And so if you're living in a false sense of security, I would suggest that also causes anxiety. And so this is the difference in the plasma rule, the way we've adopted it with our society, where the higher strength eats the weaker strength. in the plasma science, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And this is a very, very important point, because when you bring two fields together, or you bring two things together, let's say like armies, it could be a conflict point. You have 2 points of view, that would be a conflict point. But whatever engagement is involved in that, it's a binding point. And so the binding point has to have an interpretation. And that is to say, is that binding point one of warmongering, or is that a binding point of peace and prosperity? So either one is a manifestation. And when we talk about manifestation, it has to step down in energy state. And so we refer to that as density. And when these two zones come together, we refer to that as inertia. So in combination, the plasma rule is the inertia density manifestation on how the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so we understand that the physicality is the lowest energy state. And then, don't we need that energy binding to continue in that low energy state? And don't we want to do it for the purpose of our self-serving dimension points? And so what's wrong with doing it at the expense of others? Except for the fact that they wish to have the same benefit. So if you're robbing and stealing from someone else, well, they have to compensate. And there's a couple of ways to compensate. Otherwise, they can elevate, or they can fight back, or they can just pass it on and steal from someone else. And so it goes. And we've been doing this for thousands of years. And here we are. We have what we have. And we're told that it's wonderful. So believe it or not. Because now we see that when we talk about the inertia density, that has to do referencing angular density. And so when we talk about that, it's like we're falling. And the most important reference in falling has to do with fallen angels. So these angels are falling through this angular density where the density is increased. And we know in that case, then the pressure is increased. So this is all a result of increased gravity. And it becomes increased dependence on Earth space feeding. And since angular momentum is conserved, we find that there's an internal pressure. And since we are bags of GANs, those bags have a certain kind of tensity to keep the GANs in there. Well, what we're talking about now is this internal pressure, which actually gets amplified just the same way as that kernel of corn turns into popcorn. And so that becomes an internal popcorn pressure on the GAN's tensity. And this is, we're all feeling it because it's dynamic. And it's a representation of what we call loosh. And loosh being your essence, your existential essence, your existential energy essence. And so there are many who are in the self-serving mode at the expense of others, and we call that loosh harvesting. And it could be a single mind intention, and each of them who are involved in this kind of harvesting could contribute to this hive mind intention. And everything what they want, they don't want to produce the honey, they want your honey. And since that is coming from a humanity, which is a bag of GANs, it's representative of the GANs intention. And so GANs and intention are intimately involved. Hard to segregate. And we respond. And so we have a memory threshold. And that's a tipping point that we're at right now, because we have what we call long-term memory and short-term memory. But the freedom is what connects us to this memory. So some of this long-term memory is what we refer to as a lifelong memory, and that is within our DNA and in our RNA. But thanks to archives, archaeology, and historical books, we have a historical memory. And then part of that is our ancestral memory. But our ancestral memory, as written by the books, does not necessarily converge with the RNA memory. So, which is the truth? It would have to be the universal memory, because that is untainted. And so here we are at the threshold of crossing into this universal memory, having access to it, and trying to undo the so-called appearance that we are fallen angels. It isn't that everything is falling. It's that it's falling into place. And so when things fall in place, that's based on a plan. And so there may be one plan, there may be another plan, and they may be in conflict. But what is your plan? And you know what your plan was because you were born to this planet. And so that's what connects you to your memory. And that's your freedom ticket. So we're seeking a vitality enhancement. Why? Because we don't have the vitality enhancement. We are breeding old and decrepit people. It's common in our society to look at old people as progressing towards a decrepit state. But the fact of the matter is, over the last few decades, the young people have been becoming decrepit as well, which is kind of turning things upside down. So in reality, it's not whether you're old or young, it's whether you're healthy or decrepit. So we are having a depletion in our vitality. And that vitality is being drained not just on the physical end, but on the emotional end as well. So we can satisfy that with a regular performance, or we can go into a superconducting performance. And this superconducting performance is now being greatly enhanced, which is why we're talking about the basic GANS tech, because that is going to accelerate us to the transmutation highway. And acceleration is a very good word, because let's face it, being falling angels, you kind of accelerate into that gravitational state. So if you're going to elevate, you want to accelerate into that magnetical state. So when we look at the lowest transmission state, the carbon-12 state, which represents physicality, and there you have frequency, pressure, and heat. And then you elevate to the next stage, the carbon-14 state, which is the transition state. Those factors are not at play anymore. We are in a plasma state. And there is an even higher state, the transmutation highway, carbon-16, etc. And these are all isotopes of carbon. And why is that important? Well, we are organic beings, which means we are carbon-based. And it also means that we are very animate. And this is exclusive to animate beings, because the inanimate beings tend to be more in the inorganic state, and that is silicon-based. So, however, that is not necessarily a rule, as there are exceptions, but fundamentally, for the purposes of this discussion, the carbon highway is our organic freeway. And we know that because we created the cups of life. And so that was disclosing to us the nanocoating process of the monatomic science. But the fact is, we created GANs from this process, and we were able to do this in our home, and we were able to do this for the cost of a basic meal. And it represented our inner strength. It represented our emotional strength. And that strength came from our physical strength. So we had a physical GANs and we had an emotional GANs, and the two worked together. And so we created cups of life, not cups of the pandemic, but cups that were GANSes. And they represented the radiance manifestation, such as copper, calcium, zinc, water, and amino acid, and calcium and gold, in fact, and many other things. And so these are all GANSes. So in discussing the basic GANSes, what was most important to us was the magnetical gravitational relationship of each of these GANSes, be it the emotional, physical, or cup of soul. But each cup had a soul. And collectively, the three came together and gave us the one-track cup of the soul, which involved a magnetical gravitational relationship and the soul, and it acted as one. And so it became the basis of the star formation. However, there was another cup of the universe, and that was giving us the relationship between the left and the right hemisphere in our brain. And so one is physically dominated like copper, and the other is emotionally dominated like zinc. But there's a third dimension, back to that carbon. But that carbon is not in solid form, it's in GANs form, and it's part of the carbogen, which is a connection to the universe. So you have these three dimensions, but we've created more than three results because we have a physicality as well. So the coming together within the brain and the coming together within our physicality is another creation and another relationship. And one doesn't get consumed in the process of creating the other. And this is very important because consumption is our game on this planet. And yet our animation, our existential essence, doesn't seem to work that way. And we don't challenge that thought. We don't ask ourselves that thought because we have this conflict with straight line thinking like a Euclidean geometry. But we have to kind of make way for these curves in our thinking. But when we look at the rest of the universe, it actually follows the Riemannian geometry. And so everything is kind of spherical. And so there are relationships. And through these spherical relationships, we talked about the multiple turning points, which means that when we are dealing with energy states, they change by orders of magnitude, a little bit differently from the way you might drive your car and step on the accelerator. You don't just go 1 kilometer at a time, but you go 10 at a time. And so when we look at, we go faster, more than one, we get into mega, giga, and tera. But when we're slowing down, we get into the nano and the pico and beyond. But there has to be a relationship, a Magrav relationship. And so there always has to be a balance. And there has to be a Magrav relationship on each side. So in other words, we have a magnetical gravitational relationship on one side, and a gravitational relationship on the other side that comprises the magnetical gravitational relationship. But then one side has a magnetical tendency and the other side has a gravitational tendency, and then there has to be a balance there as well. And we didn't say where this has to be. We're just talking about references of levels of magnitude, nothing more. So we have to look at these three dimensions and say, wait a second, we have to step outside of the box and see that we are now in the beyond Beijing box, if you will, where we take these rotating fields, these rotating Gans balls, and they're different. And they come together and they create a field. In that field, we are now able to produce gold, and we're able to produce mass quantities of gold. And this was displayed to the public on May the 10th of this year. And we find that it's kind of representative of the way we have been prospecting. And so we know that this is not only man's occupation, because men are not the only gold diggers. So there's a difference. What is in the matter plasma dimensions, where one is gravitational, where you can touch it and you can see it. So that means it's physical, but there's another in the magnetical domain, which is plasmatic, which means you cannot touch it or see it, but they are next to each other. And so man is feedback dominant, because all of our results, everything we believe with respect to our experience, is part of the feedback, whereas the belief is the feeding. So if we only believe what we experience, we're only seeing half the picture. And that half of the picture is the matter plasma dimension. So there is another dimension. And so we have used the nano alignment to demonstrate this. So we created the nano coating process to demonstrate the carbon nanocrystals. But these carbon crystals were on the surface of a copper wire. And we created a field alignment, and these carbon nanocrystals were actually diamonds, and there were multiple layers, and they had a magnetical field, but this magnetical field was completely wrapped around the wire. So if we understand the conservation of inertia, and so we talked about the atomic state, where we had the balance in the magnetical gravitational fields. And then we discussed the nanostate, where we had the turning points on the magnetical gravitational fields. Now we're discussing the Gans state, which has the same attributes, the magnetical gravitational relationship, and it's always balanced. So one side has a balance and the other side has a balance, and the two balance each other to get that point in between. And this is how the two fields come together. But they are interconnected because of the many turning points that we can go through. So we can have a balance on a Gans state, or we can have a balance between states, like a Gans on one side and a nano on the other side. And we actually did this. We did this in the Gans coating. We remember the copper wire, and it was nano coated. And then on top of the nano coating, we applied a Gans as a nano solid. So what we're talking about today is what this Gans coating looks like. It's like a Gans popcorn. So what does that mean? Well, it's kind of like the Gans itself is freaking out, and it just kind of blows up. And before we understood this, we were talking exclusively about the GANs and the nanocoating. But in between, we discovered the pico coating. And when we look at the pico particles, we find that they very much looked like the beginnings or seeds, if you will, of the GANs, because we had that similar structure. So if we look at this structure closely, we can see many points and many points of perpendicular energies as they emanate out. So we talk about this GANs freakout as being a popcorn, and it's popping up. And so this energy is moving towards the surface perpendicularly. And so if we identify the opposing forces, those would be field forces that have been growing from a seed, from within. And so what does that mean? Well, the perpendicular charges were negative. And in the plasma science, that is magnetical. And so when we look at the field forces, so they have to be opposite, the positive charge. In the plasma science, that charge is gravitational. So we have a convergence of gravitational forces in the core and a dispersion of magnetical forces all around this GANs popcorn. And so the difference is between the nanocoating and the GANs coating is that the GANs is a gas in the center. And it goes through this process of like an explosion of energy. But it isn't a destructive explosion. It is contained within a balanced field between its magnetical gravitational field forces. And so each of these GANs particles, which we refer to now as gas, as a nanosolid, and to differentiate between what we call a nanocoating, which is a carbon as a nanosolid. This is now a gas as a nanosolid, but it could be anything, as we've discussed. It could be carbon, but it could be calcium. It could be zinc or copper. And so we find that the GANs particles are actually monatomic, but they're monomolecular, which means you have two components of the GANs particles. And of course, we understand that it now has a higher surface to volume ratio. Well, how is that possible? Because when we look at it, it is much bigger. And if it's much bigger, it has a lower surface to volume ratio. Except that now we have many points on this GANs popcorn. And so when we add up all of these points, they add up to a higher surface to volume ratio individually and collectively. And so we have susceptibility increased in 60 faces. And that means it's many orders of magnitude. So we come together with these perpendicular force fields and these plasmatic force fields of attraction and repulsion. And we have to have that because of the balance. So if we talk about 60 faces, something that we can relate to mathematically is an icosahedron. And so we see that we were taking the copper wire and nanocoating it and 30 to 40,000 layers of nanocoating. And then on top of that, we put on the GANs coating, and it was supposed to have a higher charge, all of which allowed us to see superconducting at room temperature. And where else did we see 60 faces? Well, in the hydrogen connection with carbon 60, which allows us to have the energy from the source and the field connection of the carbon-14 and the energy coming from the universe. And that's where we're at right now. We have a basic understanding of the hydrogen dependency with respect to energy, because what we see now is that hydrogen is not just hydrogen, but it's a hydrogen molecule with a covalent bond. And that means it's either orthohydrogen or parahydrogen. It's still hydrogen, except that the poles flip. So we may have two poles that are the same, or we may have poles that are opposite. But we find the polar opposites are the same. They're either alike or opposite. But the performance is significantly different. So you say hydrogen is just hydrogen. Well, the thing about the universe is that something is always something. Nothing is nothing. So when we say something is something, it's as opposed to being something else. So what is it? And so we've seen the GANs. We could have the GANs without the copper wire, without the nanocoating. We could just harvest the GANs. And then when we brought the GANs together, then we found that as it stayed within that containment, and in this case, one was a cup and one was a carafe, and we found that not only was there a formation, a rotating formation created, which represented an energy force, but also a hole. And say, well, is there a hole in my GANs? Well, if the GANs acted as a popcorn, it meant that it would expand. So that kernel of corn, which was at the center, has now expanded. So what was left behind? Was there a hole? Or is there a soul in that hole? As we talked about, the manifestation of the magnetical gravitational relationship with the soul in the cups of life. And so now we introduce a charge, and that charge is an emission that's magnetical and an absorption that is gravitational, the emission being negative, the absorption being positive. But we create two different kinds of energy. One is a polar energy, where the energy is emitted out of the poles and goes around from the North Pole to the South Pole. But since the energy is a two-way street, then the energy, a complementary energy, goes from the South Pole around to the North Pole. But in that process, also it creates a rotating field. And that rotation can change in speed, can change in strength, and can change in direction. And so now we have factors that affect the flow of energy. And so now we understand why we have the grand central station of Earth ganses, because we have all the periodic table of elements represented by ganses, and you can see they come in different colors and different consistencies, but each of them is represented on the periodic table of elements in one fashion or another. But we said they're not monatomic, and we said they're not atomic. We said they're monomolecular. So that means we have a magnetical gravitational relationship. You have to have the two, and that's how you create the basic star core component. And since we have a gravitational base and a magnetical point, and we have a containment, and in the core is that GANS containment, and that now becomes even more gravitational. So there's a substitution. In other words, the star formation itself becomes a magnetical field. And the GANS in the core becomes a gravitational field. This is an important thing to understand, because if we progress from there and have this relationship with another star core polarity, and we have to bring in 2 points of view, then how do those things come together? Because like poles repel. But there's a conflict point. Or is it a binding zone? Well, it is an arbitrary point of view. And when we look at that binding point, we ignore the loose ends. Well, they're not terminal ends, they're connected to something. So we need to broaden our point of view. We need to start to look around, and we have to understand that the dynamic plasma relationship in the transmission is horizontal and in the transition is vertical. And so that covers us both. And that gives us our Earth space point of view within the Earth space field. But then there's a plasma field that goes around that, and that too has to have a relationship. So this becomes our magnetical plasma, which is magnetical, and our magnetical plasma, which is gravitational. How can it be both? Well, because we have motion and because we have radiance pole flipping. So our vertical emission, which is part of our feeding radiance, becomes part of our vertical absorption, which is the feedback radiance. And that is fed right back into our gravitational plasma, which is at the core, just like the GANs in the star formation. So we find this inertia point is that gravitational inertia point at this turning point of view. That becomes the manifestation points of view. But then we have the concept of duality. It's 2 points. They work in tandem, like a partnership, and we call it the twinity. So it's not only just the star formations, but it is the creation, decay, relationship, partnership. So if you have a creation on one side and a decay on the other side, there has to be a balance, a conservation of energy. So this is part of the ray motion, where that is part of creation. So we have the natural creation relationship with the natural decay on one side, and the natural creation and the natural decay on the other side. And so there is this boundary, this bonding factor. And since we can't see it, we just have to acknowledge that it's there and try and come up with an explanation that may or may not be satisfactory. But, who cares? Let's just fudge the details, except for one small little problem. When we're talking about energy come from the sun that is coming through this process of ray motion, which is part of creation, the sun itself is catalytic, where the energy is coming, and it's part of the natural creation. But it has to be balanced off by that natural decay. Except we don't see the sun atrophying, and we don't see the sun growing. We see the sun every day, and it is giving energy unconditionally. And so it's maintaining its energy flow, and it does this catalytically, and that's what it is, to be non-consumed. So why are we not operating in that basis? We are operating at a 20% deficiency, because in that process of creating this natural creation, we're short. We're missing something. And where is it going? And is it part of the natural decay? Well, it becomes part of the natural decay because of its absence. So it's not a complete creation. And so we are shortchanging ourselves and we become consumers. How did this happen? When did this happen? And then we find that we all seem to have fallen into the same inertia point, shall we say, herding. And we're all linked up and exchanging energy in the same way. But we have to understand that these are the principles of magnetical gravitational relationships, so they always have to have kind of a balance. But since we are running short in the physicality, where is that extra energy? And so we find that it is either expended, not being replaced, being stolen, or we just plain leak like a bag, a Gans bag. And so when we look at the concept of the twinity, we said there was 2 points of the nanotech, and then we found that there were the 2 points of the picotech. We could see these points, and they became 2 points of the star tech. This is the twinity of the nanotech. Well, once we went from the picotech to the Gans tech, that became the twinity of the Gans tech. So the rules are the same, except now, where we've had the nano coating with a high surface to volume ratio, now we have the Gans coating with a lower surface to volume ratio, except it is more magnetical as a result of its higher gravitational charge, because it is accumulating all of the various negative points. And how did it do that? Because it exploded. Why would it explode if it didn't have this energy? Where did this energy come from? And why didn't it scatter all over the place? Because it was retained within this bag of gas. So now we understand how the energy can be contained in the various levels on this carbon inertia highway, because the rules are the same. There always has to be a balance in the magnetical gravitational relationship. So what we're seeing is on our side. What we're not seeing is what's in the background. And if we look at what's in the background, we have to understand that it too is coming from another point in the background. So this is how we have to bring everything together. So we understand then that there's something wrong with us at this point, and we're sitting in the eye of the hurricane. And it is a hurricane because we are increasing an awareness of our point of view. And we're seeing that words really don't matter. And the way we structured our society through hierarchy is really irrelevant because we're all equal. And so we have this false detachment where we say, well, I'm more equal than you. And then we misinterpret the light. And we see this holographic universe, which is basically what we want to see so that we can avoid what the reality is, which is our ancestral point of view. So everything is contrived. And so how do we exit from this hurricane that is whistling around us? So we see that the Creator made man in the image. That's a direct manifestation. There are no intermediaries. They are all bypassed. So from our point of view as humanity, humanity was made in the image of the Creator. And that's a direct manifestation, isn't it? And the intermediaries are still bypassed. So it's the rate of transition and the rate of transmission that is affected. So we find that the feeding soul is intention specific, but the feedback environment is also specific to that environment, which happens to be our Earth space. So the rate of transmission is sitting between our emotion of presence and the presence of the physicality. But that's only the one-sided view of the laws of conservation. So when we look at the cups of life, we're missing something. We're only looking at the Gans part of it. But we see that there's an earth And there's a relationship between the cups of life and the earth. And then we are part of that inertia field. And we, as our construct, we have our soul of physicality, and our physicality. And so there we go. So now we have overlapping fields and relationships. So this helps us explain what we saw in the 603rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where we have this vertical alignment with a soul on top and the soul of physicality in between, and our physicality at the lowest energy state. And that's what we're looking at, 3 different energy states. And remember, these are segregated by orders of magnitude. They just don't just step up one by one, but there's a lot of energy being exchanged. And so that energy, it has to be contained. And in that process, we are able to facilitate a path linking susceptibility that allows us to have energy that flows. So it flows from the soul to the soul of physicality to the physicality, and then feeds back. And it should feed back directly to the soul. But we do have this exchange with the soul of physicality. And so that's the crossover point, what we call the infinity loop. So the soul dominating the upper part of the infinity loop, and the physicality dominating the lower part of the physicality loop. And the crossover, well, that is our Gans field, right at the core. And so this vertical alignment has an opportunity to escape through this inertia field emission. And that's what leads to the inertia threshold crossing, which allows us to do more, to be more, to extend our range. And so all of this is based on what we call the negative positive relationship. And wherever we are is an NP junction, the N negative transition matter coming together of the X, Y, and Z axis, the P positive, the transition matter of the X, Y, and Z axis of another track. And then those 2 fields come together to create this transfer state, an NP junction that emits on a polar basis. And that has a charge. And that charge is the direction of the flow. And since the Gans is at the core, the energy transfer is by many, many orders of magnitude because of the cumulative forces of the high surface to volume ratios of the points in the picostar that manifest into the Gans star that was the popcorn Gans. And so we get a chance to play. And so we find that everything is derived from our attention. So if we want to have a unity with the community, we have to have an inner space unity where we have this mental and physical bonding, the soul and the consciousness bonding, and the energy and intention bonding. What you are is what you give your time and attention to. So you see this progression from this nano point, which goes towards density because of the high surface to volume ratio, and this pico point, which is highly gravitational. However, once you get into the Gans point, now we're going towards the opposite direction, towards gaseousness. And you get into this plasma point, which is highly magnetical. And so here we have the progression between what we call the power drawing, which is the gravitational intensity, and the power providing, which is the magnetical outensity. And this has to follow the laws of conservation of energy, the conservation of the maggrav. So we see that there's an energy portability. There's an energy state transition capability. And we can summarize it as elevation, where we're going from the physical matter state to the energy state. Or inertia, which is going from the energy state back to the physical matter state. So elevation involves expansion, And so we went from the nanotech to the GANS tech with popcorn. There was a GANS explosion. And that was a containment of energy. So that energy is portable. And it doesn't have to be destructive. It's just a balance between the creation and the decay. And so now we understand how the airspace range details were formed, because you had a switchboard that directed the energy through many rotating points. And we created all these different fields where they manifest into a physicality such as copper or silicon or sodium. So this is all part of the nuclear feeding inertia, where each component, each fragment is a fragment of the complexity, and each fragment has gravitational stability, but each fragment is capable of having a dimension portability. In other words, it goes through many dimension points, and these dimension points remain because they give you 1 + 1 + 1 of the three dimensions, the matter, the antimatter, and the dark matter, but they come together with a synergistic approach where they don't just total up to three, but more than three, not only because of the synergy, but because the 1 + 1 + 1 remains. It doesn't get consumed, it just gets transformed. And so you have these various MAGRAPH pathways, and they're all directed through the gravitational intensity fields of attraction or the magnetical intensity fields of repulsion. And so that's the difference between the electron and the neutron. But there are other factors that we have to take into combination, because otherwise we can't tell the two apart. So this is what happened in the undifferentiated beginning. We had a neutron that came before the atom and the PM tick. And why did the PM tick come about, or the concept of the PM tick come about? Was because there was no balance in the conservation of energy. If the energy came from the darkness, that means it came from within. And we said, let there be light, and that came without. Well, something was missing. It didn't balance. So there was the PM tick. And that balanced everything. And when we say everything, everything includes everything. So it includes the neutron, it includes the atom, which is an electron-proton marriage, and it includes the PM tick, which is magnetical gravitational marriage. So there we go. The PM tick is that principal matter, which is magnetical, because it's an energy pack traveling through the universe. And it comes together with other PM ticks and goes through this plasma gen conversion, which is a convergence of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter gen. But in order to manifest in any kind of inertia field, it has to have a reference. And so that reference in our physicality was the Earth space. And our reference to the Earth space is our physical body. And so each of those components are a MAGRAPH, and each of those components are gravitational in nature. But there are emissions. So we started with emissions, but these emissions had a relationship. One was magnetical, one was gravitational, and then came together and created this gas as a nanosolid, which has a relationship to the plasmatic fields. And it works as a catalyst, a little sun, a mini sun that gives off energy. And so we have a gravitational confirmation of this in operation. We created hydrogen. But a hydrogen is a non-visible gas, but it gave us a fingerprint, which is a visible emission spectrum in color. And we can see that there is an emission at night as well, because that is the difference between the organic and the inorganic. So we can pick our color. So our point of awareness is every color, but our aura has a specific color. but our physical interpretation has no color. But it does have energy in motion. And that energy on this planet is controlled by the peace dome that regulates this planet, which is why the organic animate life is capable of living on this inorganic planet. But this inorganic planet contains other species, horizontal species, vertical species, and they operate on different rules from the humanity species, but they all emit. So we can see the animals, we can see the plants, and we can see the people, regardless, because they emit the light. So the oxygen is another confirmation, because it too cannot be seen because it's a gas, and it too creates a fingerprint, a light, an emission spectrum, except it's crossing the threshold. The oxygen and the hydrogen cross over and create this GANS. And so we create these dimension seeds, where each point on the nanostar is a magnetical point. But collectively, they are all magnetical because of the GANS creation, not only on each point, but the collective GANS that forms at the core, that becomes the highly gravitational core. And we all know what happens to the seeds. They too explode. So if you're looking at the dandelion seed, it looks like popcorn, except it's a little bit different texture than the kernel of corn that we like to pop as a snack. So the dimension star formations represent different points of view, and that becomes a magrav of singularity. So we have a soul point of view and a soul of physicality point of view. And then we can cross that threshold of awareness and have a different kind of physical interpretation. And that can be a collective point of awareness. Because each of us, as we go through and cross over that threshold of awareness, is one less on one side and one more on the other side. And doesn't that affect the balance? Doesn't that affect the magnetical gravitational relationship? Well, of course it does. And so we see that the Peace Dome reactor that we demonstrated in Beijing, it had a shielding. That is one dimension point. And it had a star positioning. That's another dimension point. And it had a possession where we created the GANS of gold. And that was also a dimension point. And that GANS of gold manifests into the physical gold when we took the energy out of that GANS with our gold finger. So now let's connect the dots and see how we bring this energy that's manifest, how this energy is being created in that factory we call mitochondria. And so we're looking at practical points of this practical reasoning to understand how we go from that road to self-determination, or is it a road from self-determination? Let's employ a practical philosophy, practical solutions. Understand the practical currency of life, the currency of the Creator, the true shimmering awareness, the Magrav relationship between our earth space and our inner space, the Magrav relationship between man's universe and our sister's universe. It has to be there. You can't have one without the other. Or the Magrav relationship between the universe and the unicos. Again, there is no end, is there? There's only a continuity, and then there's a method of passing through that continuity. where we are seeking refuge, where the humanity inertia GANS shielding has many points to shield us from hostiles and aggression and environmental harm, from fear mongering and from emotional abuse. And that's important to us to have this GANS shielding because we are bags of GANS. And that's the point. So we are talking about introducing an artificial awareness to open up the generational point of view. Artificial intelligence gives us a rapid generational learning, but what we need is a rapid historic generational learning. And so for that, we have to cross that threshold of transgenerational awareness to really learn from the teachings of the Creator, not from intermediaries. And as we saw from the teaching of the elders of the Gumbanger tribes, where they say a ghost is coming, as they try to revitalize the oral tradition, they realized that the ancestors of the elders were taught by beings who came and went as they pleased. And so they were the ones who were taught to teach about, to live off the land of the bountiful harvest of the land. But the original elders had to learn by these other beings. Well, who taught the vertical people to grow, to be harvested? Isn't that a question? So we have depended on supplementation due to consumption through an acquired knowledge, which was a conditional teaching by ancient teachers, as opposed to the unconditional teaching by the Creator. So we now have a new awareness, a historical threshold between the cosmic feeding and the loose harvesting. So when we look at the 604th Knowledge Seekers Workshop and we see humanity's cross as a burden, the soul of physicality as being that threshold, and how the soul migrates to the physicality and crossing that threshold. That's our burden, isn't it? And all of our lives, we go through that with no answers. And the other problem is, who do you ask? So now we are starting to come up with some answers because we have this integration, which is coming where we have our self-sufficiency coming together with the body, mind, and energy, which is a manifestation by the Creator. And we are strong, united, and focused and sovereign, which is a manifestation by our humanity. And so that lightning bolt comes in the image of the Creator, that spark that turns the kernel of corn into a popcorn, that Gans, which is emanating, pushing us into this uncharted territory. So we are with the herd at the turning point. Gans is a star functioning like the sun. And there are many stars beyond this nano-monatomic state, and they're covering the range from decay to radiation. So we are part of not a different kind of AI, ancestral intelligence. That's what we are. We are the technology, the inertial product. We are the image of our dimensional convergence point. And so we get to choose. And wouldn't it be better to have the soul food that is coming in from the Creator? So let's tune in and plug into that Creator so we can turn on to that energy and drop out of our resistance and receive that true inertia point. But we have to provide the pattern in order to get the energy. So what are you giving your time and attention to? Well, for 606 Knowledge Seekers workshops, that's 606 weeks in a row, we have been bringing together the greater oneness, which is allowing us to suddenly transcend the limitations of nuclear science. So that's over 11 years of teaching. And today we're just trying to condense this to understand how we are converting from diamonds of nanotechnology to the gold of GANS production. And then we are bringing that technology release, because it's hard to sleep when our beds are burning. We need a rescue on the scientific, financial, political, and preservation side. We are consumers and we need to be rescued from that, to be rescued as part of creation. And so the transmutation testing continues. And please join us. Be part of the future. Be part of the paradigm shift. Elevate yourself from these fallen dimensions as being observers. And as observers, we cannot extricate ourselves from the universe. We are not only in a different dimension watching, but we watch the universal order of creation and how the structure of light is coming to and from the origin of the universe. And so we create these fields and we see how we absorb and we emit energy. And we are part of that process because our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community who want the same thing. So we want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to the lack of knowledge. So help us achieve this goal. It isn't just our goal. It should be your goal as well, because this is the reason you were born. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. So welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers on this carbon nation, learning about the new selection process of the new organic plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. Choose it. Sign it. But sign it unconditionally. Mean it sincerely. The point of the true GANS tech is to cross the polyatomic boundaries. The peace dome of outer space can be your guiding beacon. Is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? It is time to learn the history of self in a universal context. The GANS is a peaceful superconductor of true intentions. And so this popcorn GANS has explosions that cross the spark gaps between our belief and our experience. So plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. And that's the end of this lesson. I hope you all enjoyed the trip, and I hope no one got hurt in the popcorn explosion.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Alex, for that feeding and that enlightenment in so many ways. I thought it was a good example. I put in the chat, popcorn sure changes when matter state energy is introduced to its environment. That's a good example. I can hear it pop. I spelled here wrong, Hear. Smile. Same with the H2O as a solid, liquid, or gas. And then, of course, I put in this idea of we've been nano coding for thousands or millions of years, even though we didn't really understand that we were opening up the atomic structure of the material. Just a thought to share. But we've been nano coding for quite a long time, not realizing what we were doing. Very nice presentation. I think there's a few questions in the chat. Perhaps we could go to Erm's question if she's still here. Yes, she is. And maybe this is like what we do in our body. Erm says, how does copper turn into carbon? Or does it just show another face, Alex, of itself?
Well, there you go. Isn't that the question to ask? So when I first learned about the nanocoding, that's what I thought. I thought the nanocoding was the monatomic structure of copper. But then Mr. Keshe introduced the testing of it to see on the sp2 and the sp3, which disclosed the carbon. Well, the carbon, diamond structure. And the diamond structure is pure carbon. It's C8. And it's a C8 in the physicality. So we understand it is very, very dense. But it's also very, very strong. And we know that diamond is one of the strongest structures on this planet. So, and that was one of the attributes that made it so attractive. So if that is the case, would that be true if we nanocoated something else? Let's say if we nanocoated, let's say a zinc wire, for instance, would it also have the sp2 or sp3 personality under testing using a diamond testing equipment? And surprise, surprise, yes, it did. So the carbon coating wasn't restricted to the copper wire. The carbon coating was restricted to the nano coating. The nano coating was broad based on everything. So everything could be nano coated. And hence, after that, if we could put the GANS coating on the nano coating, then after that, it's just a logical extension that we can GANS code everything. And what do we have? We have the Grand Central Station of Earth GANSes, right? And so each one of those was able to be created. And they all had a unique fingerprint. But what was the difference? The difference was that they were a plasmatic element attached to an oxygen. So they were an oxide. But the carbon itself could have been attached to a hydrogen. So it wasn't an oxide, it was a sugar. So we had CH3. And then we created all these other GANSes, like calcium carbonate and zinc oxide and copper oxide and carbon dioxide. And then we created amino acid, which has oxygen in it, and we created water, which has oxygen in it. The distinction being is that the unique characteristic of amino acid and oxygen and water is that they had both hydrogen and oxygen. And this distinct characteristic gives it a distinct GANS characteristic. Oil and water do not mix. But when you produce oil, you produce water because one is gravitational and one is magnetical. You can't have one without the other. And if we understood that rule, then we understand how the energy moves. And then we can explain how the Ganses are created in the cups of life, because we did not put a motor in there. We just created a cup of life with a copper coil and a zinc plate or a zinc coil and a saline solution, and we created a cup of life. And so if we're asking the question, how did we go from copper to carbon coating? Well, how did we engage carbon coating with a zinc, a bare zinc, and create GANS, which is a combination of carbon dioxide, copper oxide, and zinc oxide. So very, very good question. So we are seeing this transition, and we are able to do this in our own kitchen or in our own basement. And it isn't restricted to man caves either. It just, children can do it. It's that fundamental. So now we have to see what is the practical meaning of this and bring it into our life today, because we can no longer deny its existence. Thank you for the question, Ryan.
And I introduced I put into the chat the Coca-Cola bottle experiment from the keshewiki.org, which you can read through this. The purpose of this experiment is to broaden our horizon of understanding, to realize everywhere in the universe there is a plasma field flow in every state of matter and beyond. and there's much more to it, but you can read through it and you may want to test it yourself. Very simple Coke bottle experiment. All right, does anyone of the participants have a question they'd like to share? One of my questions was, can we manifest our physicality in two locations at the same time? Or is this reserved just for the creator to show itself in many faces simultaneously? And then I put in, I made the man in the image of myself. So I would think that is possible. Gail put in inertia field emission. Any comments on that, Alex?
Yeah,
Well,
Alex, you can
hi,
show the
Gail.
picture. Hi. If you can show the picture again, I got a little confused about what was on the page.
I'm sorry, which picture?
The field emission. Wait a minute. You had a picture, one of your many beautiful pictures. Yeah, inertia field emission. I think just before that.
Just there we go. Inertia field emission.
Okay, and before that, I think there was another picture. Even before that.
Oh boy.
Not quite, Alex. I'm not sure. Doesn't say. Okay, so when you brought that photo in, I think you have quite a few of the same sort of thing.
So are we talking about this one here? Oh, no, let's see, this one.
I don't know how you ever put together so much, Alex. This is amazing.
Well,
yeah, on the I will go over it, and then if I still have confusion, I'll ask it the next time.
Or if it comes back to you in this session, Gail, that's no problem.
What's the picture? But
find his background, the one that you're referring to. And while we're waiting for Alex searching through, just remember tomorrow there's a public meeting for testimonials on the second Monday of each month, which is tomorrow, 9/8, and that starts at 8 p.m. Central European Summer Time in the public Zoom room, 939-474-503, and all are welcome to join. You don't have to have a testimonial. You can listen to the other ones and support the program.
Mark?
Yes?
Your link come up with a blank page, so I put the proper link underneath yours.
Thank you very much. Gee, I have it right on my screen here. I don't know why.
I tried it in two different browsers, and then I found there's no text. I got the message. There's no text on this page, and then there was a link inside the page I found. So put the
Thank you, Randy.
proper one there. So I want to bring up a point that one time we're working in the lab with a bunch of copper wire, and there was a lot of nitric acid in the air. And the next day, all the copper wire was carbon coated, not nano coated, but a black film, which we scraped off and sent to find out, and it was a carbon, a very weak carbon.
I didn't quite hear that, Randy. Gail, could you curb your mic, please?
Okay, can you hear me better now?
I think so, yes.
Okay, so we were working with some nitric acid. It was just sitting in beakers and it was open. But on that same table in the lab was a roll of copper wire, bare. The next day, all that copper wire had a black film on it. Not nano coating film, but really bright. So we scraped it all off, sent it away, and found that it was a weak form of carbon. So I thought that was interesting with all the things we know now about Alex's excellent explanation today of what really happens in the nano coating process to carbon. So
Did that happen in a field interaction? You never applied the nitric acid to the copper, correct?
nope, it was laying on the lab table. There were about 5 beakers of solution with nitric acid in it with no tops on it. And it was just laying on the table. And the next day, all that wire was coated with this black film. So it was really hard to scrape off. But we managed to scrape some off and we sent it away for analyzation. And they said, this is a form of carbon. But that's all they said.
Somebody must have snuck into your lab and applied it while you weren't looking.
Well, I don't think so. Oh, can hardly hear
How did
you,
you
Gail.
feel, Randy?
Go ahead,
Were
Gail.
you breathing in all of that?
No, we set that up and
I'm asking about.
No, we didn't breathe it in because we had fans running when we were mixing. And then once we're done mixing, we shut the fans off, so the air was no longer being sucked out of the room. And then all the doors and that were shut.
I've had something like that. Let me turn this on. My apothecary scale. Let me turn this on. Is it off now? No. Let's see. There. That should. No, still not on.
Not yet. Okay, while is trying to correct her audio settings, I just thought that I'd bring something up here, Alex, if I can share the screen. Let's see here. I brought up the 605th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where Mr. Keshe, let me share the screen.
Yeah, I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Oh, go right ahead, please.
Only I can't hear you.
We can hear you,
Oh, good. Something similar happened at my house. I had this beautiful apothecary scale, and it's totally corroded. And I had some other tools that were iron tools that are totally corroded. And I think it's the stuff in the air. It's like a steam coating, steam processing. Yeah, and I don't know how to not have my tools go bad.
I guess you have to move them out of the environment. Wasn't that the suggestion, that you can't leave the metal, or some people keep them in plastic so they don't have that interaction? I remember you bringing that up and about your certain things becoming oxidized, I guess, or rusting.
Yeah. But I have I have a room downstairs and I have a room upstairs, and it also happens upstairs. So I can't hide it there from the downstairs atmosphere. So I just let it corrode.
Is it a rusty type of corrosion, Emgard?
On the iron tools, it's rusty. On the scale, it's a white coating.
Yeah, I think I remember Alex from Nigeria mentioning that as well, and he experienced his tools sort of getting that sort of rust on them, and he said he had to take out the tools, the metal tools, whatever was interacting, and sort of keep it separate from the lab in a way. So you're not the only one that's experienced that.
Right. Yeah. That's why I'm thinking it's always in the air or it's in the field. And originally when we were putting things in the refrigerator to make, I don't remember what we were making. But once we had used the refrigerator, it was never the same. Because I came from a background where we did science and we repeated experiments to prove a point. But with this stuff, you can't repeat it because the environment is different. It's never the same. That really threw me for a loop initially. And the fact that emotions also have an effect that makes it not repeatable, it also only repeatable in principle, but not in exactly. And also, obviously, the planets are never aligned the same way, or anything else in our environment is never the same. So we cannot really repeat experiments exactly.
All right, anyone want to make any comments on that? All right, let me bring up, I'm going to share the screen and just bring up the 605 part where Mr. Keshe had mentioned about the GANs. And we did receive some dried GANs, each one of the people in London, a small bottle of zinc and a small bottle of CO2. And I asked Mr. Keshe if this was for us to take home. And he said, put it aside, and one day we'll teach you how to use it. And I was thinking, gee, I thought we have some clues about how to use it. But maybe I was wrong. So here, apparently someone received in the Cosmic Mystery Box, which you can see in the Keshe Foundation store, we received 2 dried ganses. One was CO2 and one was zinc oxide. What is the best use for them to benefit our community locally and more extensively? Mr. Keshe responds, these are effective. It depends how you use them. And they are made for specific reasons. Hundreds of kilos of this was produced and we keep it in reserve for different applications. But if you spread this around, because the amount you have is not much, even in the house, mix them and put them in the liquid water and see how the whole house physicality changes. You can use them as a mixture and then add a little bit of sea salt. Nothing else, just the sea salt, just a few drops. We mix it with the mixture you receive, and then you see what changes in the house. Put them in different positions. What feeling changes in the house, if anybody feels sick, any different. We put one of these bottles, each one CO2, 2 years ago in the conference in London, on the table for every person to take, but nobody asked questions, what can I do with this? Of course, he told me to put it away and we'll teach you how to use it in the future. Now you know it's one of the parts of it. What you can do, I can tell you this, you can do unbelievable things with this combination. I know some of the things you can add to it. Any other questions? So I think he's talking about combining the CO2 and the zinc. Again, I'm not sure how. Maybe we have to experiment a little bit with that. But these came from the Keshe Foundation. And as I said earlier, the GANs that the foundation makes are way different than the GANs the knowledge seekers make. But what sort of combinations, I guess we can try whatever you'd like. I did buy the sea salt yesterday, and anyone want to give any input on what to do with these a little bit more? Okay, we'll add the salt. What's the reason for adding the salt back in? I thought the salt was rinsed out. That's the way we were taught to make the ganses, rinse out. Of course, the first rinse is the most powerful one, and we put it down the drain. But, and of course, we reserve some of the amino acids that are produced in the salt water. But any input from anyone on these ganses or combination of ganses? I remember, he gave you something with the zinc and the CO2 for someone. I think it was 3-to-1. Do you recall that, You were talking about doing something, helping someone, perhaps?
A while ago, there was some kind of a zinc and CO2 thing.
Right. I think
my dog with seizures.
No, it was after that. It was just in the recent weeks, I believe. Maybe it wasn't your question. I thought it perhaps was. Anybody have any input? Alex, others? He said you can do unbelievable things. And of course, that's just one of the things. Any comments? If not, well, Alex, you can take the screen.
Yeah, see, my comment is, and I think there's other people, I'm reluctant to use it until I find out what unbelievable things I can do. Otherwise, I might have used it up and not done unbelievable things. That's always my hesitation. So should I be concerned about that?
No, I think you have quite a bit there. It's probably 50 grams or more. So I'm not sure. If you look in the bottle, I think it'll tell you. And again, I don't think these dried GANs can be shipped out of Europe, as I understand it. We were lucky to be able to, I guess, receive that in the London conference. But when he told me put them away, in the future we'll tell you how to use them, or we'll teach you how to use them, I was a bit shocked, but at the same time I realized I don't know much, and there's many more things than just adding the salt you can do. Any comments from anyone?
Another thing I have lots of sitting around is all kinds of salts. And he said those are incredibly powerful, but what do I do with them?
He said in the future we'll teach you a little bit. Yeah, he has a lot to teach in the future, and
Right.
he said there's much more to come in the future. But perhaps as we go through this enlightenment phase, we'll understand a little bit more and be able to do things without relying on the instructions. Although, again, he does understand the totality, and it takes a long time to become a master at this. But perhaps with this new process, more of us will become more enlightened and be able to do some things that we weren't able to do in the past.
You're absolutely correct, Mark. There are three aspects that have to be considered. One is that water has a mag-grav relationship between the hydrogen and the oxygen. The salt has a mag-grav relationship between the sodium and the chloride.
And the sodium is highly gravitational, as I understand it. Salt.
Yes.
At
No.
least in one instance, I think he had mentioned the huge gravitational pull from the salt.
Yeah, but the salt has a magnetical and gravitational relationship called sodium and chloride. Sodium and chlorine, or sodium and chloride.
Right. He refers to it as chlor, I believe.
Right.
The blood, and it has a purification aspect to it. Yeah.
So I would say that the chlorine and I may be wrong, but I would say that the chlorine is gravitational because it binds to everything, and the sodium part is magnetical because I think when you take sodium and throw it in water, you will see an explosion, kind of like a gas explosion of popcorn. So it means that it's releasing energy. The other factor, so what I'm trying to relate to is that these are all gravitational magnetical relationships. So when you look at the CO2 relationship to the zinc oxide, we know that the CO2, excuse me, we know that the CO2 is a connection to the cosmic rays. And we know that in the physicality, we deal with words, but the communication is done emotionally, and the zinc oxide has an affinity for the emotion. And so that's what we're talking about, the two dried ganses, the CO2 and the zinc oxide. We're dealing with a magnetical gravitational relationship on a plasmatic level. And that's why they can be amazing things. And so the last point in reference to Erm's question, we have to, as knowledge seekers, rely on each of these individual teachings and his individual relationships and try and put together a package together in our understanding. And we need to be very good detectives to figure it out. Because even though a good detective can see a body on the floor and a bullet casing, you still can't be sure what the weapon was that did the damage. So you have to make a conclusion based on the absence of information as well as the presence of information. And that's the difference between a good detective and a casual observer. So we as knowledge seekers now have an understanding that there's a lot of stuff that's in the background that we have to take into consideration. So as we become more skillful and as we become more relaxed about depending on our plasmatic being, which is communicating through our GANs, which is within our containment, our skin containment, then we understand that we are communicating on an emotional level. So we can happily rely more on that emotional answer that we will get. We just have to be a little bit more skillful in identifying when we're being communicated to on an emotional level and just be more receptive to that. We're all going through this process, and it's a wonderful process to do, isn't it?
Yeah, I just checked that link. I think it does bring you there. It brings you to Universe in a Bottle, at least unless that was Randy's. No, Randy posted it after, but either way, you'll find it. It's on the keshewiki.org. But I was thinking again of the sodium, Alex. Certain people put salt or they salt their chicken before they cook it, and that's to pull some of the blood out of the chicken. Is that correct? So I think the sodium does have a huge pulling ability.
Well, you can't call salt sodium.
Okay.
Okay, salt is sodium chloride.
NaCl.
Right. You're either calling it sodium or you're calling it chloride as a matter of convenience, but not as a matter of accuracy.
Got it.
I'm
a bit loose with my terms.
Well, we all are, and we kind of take advantage of that, and that's kind of okay. But when you're dealing in trying to manifest things, you have to be very precise. So when you're dealing with the mass and you want to become, you want to create something, whether you're creating in a plasmatic way or in a physical way, yeah, you have to be a little bit more precise. It's like Mr. Keshe said, if you're going to do transmutation, you can't get there and, be missing your left arm. Or if you're carrying a briefcase, you don't want to get there and leave your briefcase behind. So the trick for us is to create the transmutation process and take into account the organic and the inorganic, the animate and the inanimate, and bring it all, including our clothing, right? You don't want to end up, naked in the middle of New York City, and you say, well, hey, I succeeded in the transmutation process, but maybe you got arrested for indecent exposure. So uh, we have to be very accurate in that whole thing, and that's the reason for the transmutation testing. So.
And isn't it nice about what he said about the person answered the question, the soul became enlightened, and then once that soul was enlightened, it shared it with the other souls. Now, we've all been trying to complete the transmutation process, but I think it's going to work the same way. Once the first one does it, it'll be shared with the others, although they can force the issue, I believe, right now. But once one person starts this transmutation process, others will pick it up just through the fields, I think.
Well, let's understand that the universal enhancement units are catalytic converters, just like the sun. And so now we're into the Ganztech discussion, and we understand that these are little suns. So they're also functioning in a catalytic function. So they're giving off energy, and in the process, they're receiving energy. So now you have two actions. One is an emission, one is an absorption, and they create a direction of energy flow. So, in answer to your question, can you be in two places at the same time? Well, if you have an emission spectrum and you have an absorption spectrum, then maybe you can. I'm not qualified to answer that question, except when you look at the cover of book number 3, and you see that from the one position we create the sister and universe and man's universe. Well, why would that not be possible? If the neutron splits up into an electron and a proton, isn't the electron like man's universe and the proton like our sister universe? So it only stands to reason that the plasma rules transcend all energy states. So now we know that there are many energy states. Well, we seem to be well satisfied in saying, okay, well, there's solid, liquid, and gas. Okay, so what's higher than gas, or what's, more dense than solid? And so, as Ike mentioned earlier on, well, those two extremes transcend into vacuums. And I think that leads into Gail's question as well. So we're all answering each other's questions, and I think this is absolutely brilliant.
It is. I guess the souls are becoming a bit more enlightened. And I put another question, Alex, why don't you believe in the quote unquote Big Bang Theory as most competent quote unquote scientists do? I mean, remember Einstein and, all the magic he did and how he's revered. So did he come up with the Big Bang Theory? Was that one of Einstein's understanding? Or did it come from?
Well, I don't really know. I mean, I've always, jokingly said that the Big Bang Theory is the jaw dropping on the desk of the scientists when they start to realize the falseness of that claim. When you created GANs in your cup of life, I don't think you heard a bang. And when you look at the structure of the GANs, and how it was done. You know, at what point did it pop into a popcorn? What was stunning about the pictures of the Pico? Can I take the screen
Oh,
back?
please, yes, yes.
So when we really look close at the Pico, what is really outstanding as far as I was concerned, and then the first thing, you know, I mean, I'm highly biased because I have been, it's been drilled into me with this surface to volume ratio. And when I look at this and I look at this Pico popcorn, I mean, to me, nanocoating was monatomic. And so the nanocoating was round. Well, the Pico is kind of round, but it, you know, it doesn't seem to have a smooth surface. So the way the nanocoating was described, you know, initially, these were monatomic. Well, the monatomic is was round. If we say the atom is a rotating field, but the atoms link up, right? So the linkage in the physicality of the atoms would be like a chain, whereas in the monatomic, it's of a different type of structure because you can't chain them up because there's a gap. There's a gap in the nanocoating.
But aren't they like, let's say the one in the top right is connected to the one in the left on the bottom, and they're all seem to be interconnected with each other, even though they're separated. Yes.
That's right. And that is the covalent bond. So but that bond is not visible as a physical thing. You know, it's high surface to volume ratio and it's nearness and proximity because, you know, within, you know, what you see as a very thin layer, the foundation has measured 30 to 40,000 layers in what we see as a thin layer. And so a layer is a layer if there's a gap between one layer and another layer. You know, just like a cake, you know, you have layers in a cake. So there has to be a gap in between. But that gap is not a physical gap. It's a nano gap.
Magnetic. Yeah.
Right, right. So the nanocoating ends up being highly gravitational in its nature. But with respect to the copper wire, it is highly magnetical. It's just that the collective magnetical of the nanocoating creates a superconductor because 40,000 layers of how many bazillion nanoparticles. And so in each one of these nanoparticles, and you look at the picoparticle, and you say, wait a sec, that doesn't look very round. That looks kind of really bumpy. It looks like, when you look at a water molecule, a liquid water molecule is round. But when it becomes a solid, it has a hexagonal appearance. Do you agree with that?
I've never studied that and looked at it
Well,
close.
a snowflake has, you know,
Yeah.
6 points on a star, right? Well, that's what I'm trying to say here. This pico particle, which is a solid crystalline formation, but it's a pico that is sitting in the gaps. The other formations that are so much larger that we can faintly see in this picture, those are the nanoparticles. So the picoparticles are within the nanocoating particles. So what are the picoparticles? They're an advanced form of nanocoating. But because they are so tiny, so they have a higher surface to volume ratio. And then they have all these spikes, and they are even a higher surface to volume ratio. So you already have an order of magnitude going from nano to pico. But then when you introduce all these points, now you have another order of magnitude, multiple orders of magnitude. And then you go to the GAN state, and the GAN state starts to have multiple points. But it is each one of these pico points that has exploded. But it's not destructive. It's not a big bang. It's not an explosion, and it's not destructive. But in fact, it creates a gas in the center. So that means it's no longer really a solid. The GAN's particle acts as a solid, but it has at its core, it has a vacuum condition. That's why there's nothing in the core. That's how it gets so puffy. And you know, that's the same true with a kernel of corn that's become popcorn. You can squeeze it, right? What are you squeezing? You're squeezing the fluffy popcorn and squeezing the air out of it, aren't you? So there's nothing in the core. And it's like a Gans explosion because it is taking on this energy to go from this pico point to this Gans point. It has to puff out suddenly. It has to go through that transition, but it's not destructive. You don't hear a bang. You don't see smithereens blasted all over the place, right? That's what you see when you drop a bomb. Things blow up into smithereens. You see shrapnel. This isn't a explosion in that regard. It is a structural change. And in that structural change, it converts from being a superconductor to being a superconducting star. It changes its total personality. So no longer is it just a conveyance of energy, but it has a field emission. This is a massive breakthrough in technology, except that it's representative of our physicality. So, you know, when we cut ourselves and we look at what's inside, we have now brought that to a physical state. We have transferred from the GAN state to the physical state. We've stepped down in energy state. So therefore, the GAN's explosion is a step up in energy, but it's not destructive. This is the key point.
Right, and if you go back to you're talking about change, and if you go back to the other drawing with the little nano coating on it, and what Mr. Keshe had said about once the electronics industry understands a little bit more, there's so many gifts for humanity. No, the other one you were just showing with the black dots above the substrate, yeah, that one. He was saying this nano coating has a huge impact on the electronics industry, where the plasma will flow between these nano coatings, and there'll be no resistance and there'll be no loss of energy. It's not traveling the energy through the copper wire. The plasma energy will travel through this sort of gap here with no resistance and no loss of energy, and a huge impact on the electronics industry, if that's still valid. I know that was years ago.
What that will mean, Mark, is no heat.
Okay, very.
The faster, the more and more condensed they make these chips, and the faster they move the electrons, they're creating heat. And to their point now, they can't go any faster because they don't know what to do with the heat.
And that
Mr.
leads to
Keshe's
failure.
exactly, and Mr. Keshe's thing, as Alex showed right here, that's the fix for everything. There's no more heat. They'd be insanely fast.
There's your answer. Perfect answer.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, are there any other thoughts or questions someone would like to add or contribute? And of course, this whole delivery of the technology is, it appears at this time, is centering around the One Nation Network. And it's up to us as knowledge seekers and others to get involved and reach into the pocket a little bit and try and help in whatever way, shape, or form you can to. This is the system that will create this mesh, not only here, but across the universe. And apparently we'll need this system for a bit of time until we become those satellites and we can then feed the others. But this is the way I believe it will be delivered, at least at this point.
Mark, I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone for being here and these wonderful questions. This is allowing us to explore the capabilities of the plasma science, even though we're still dealing with the obsolete GANS technology. It does show us how energy is exchanged, and we just need to take that pattern and step it up. And so we understand that we are elevation is equivalent to expansion, and that's what we're trying to do, is expand our knowledge and all become more capable of passing that on to our friends and our neighbors, and just become just universal teachers on the path to bringing peace and prosperity to this planet. So thank you all for allowing me to continue to present, and thanks, Mark, for doing such a wonderful job in bringing this panel together.
We're all doing it with whatever we can contribute. Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts or questions or comments? Again, I want to play the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Otherwise, these developments will get isolated or put somewhere, or it'll be sort of curbed in a way, even though they may be trying to do that now. But we'll play the video, Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. And this is allowing the Keshe Foundation to develop freely, rather than taking any money from governments or other organizations, which he'll explain in the video, which would just mean more tests and more research, and nothing will ever come out of it for years and years if they even drip it out. So we'll play this in the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Any other thoughts anyone wants to add? We've seen the video, Keeping the Keshe Foundation Free. Alex voices over the beginning, and then we hear Mr. Keshe come in and show some of the developments from years past. And I'm sure there's many, many more on the shelf that we haven't even been privy to at this point. But this is what he's asking us to do, is to support the Keshe Foundation and keep it free for humanity and the knowledge seekers and the work of the foundation. If there are no other thoughts or questions, then let me just make sure we're sharing this properly. Okay. Thank you again, Alex, and each and every one of the participants. Again, we're all part of, or as he said, we're all carrying a very small corner of a very large carpet. So thank you all, and we'll see you in one of the next sessions. Have an amazing rest of your day.
Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. you are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you could consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist, and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create a condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby, the way we did with a tooth, from thousands of kilometers away, without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new damage.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.